Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Every day, The world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Farther north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Right. Good morning, everybody. We are so sorry for coming behind schedule. We are so sorry for that breaking transmission. It's your wonderful program on Aneke Sports. We are here to talk about how all the sporting activities went throughout the weekend. You know, we had a lot talking about the World Cup, talking about the world of tennis also, where we saw the man they call Sinner, taking the slam, and a lot is coming up, this Monday morning. How was your night? How was your weekend? Hope you guys had a lovely weekend. Mr. Goodo, you're looking so
You're looking so
you're looking so sharp for this morning.
Yes, of course. I have to really look sharp for what it takes to just show up, and then I have to still look sharp because I have to look sharp, in case nothing is working around you and you're trying to find something to use and cut something. Okay. I am the sharp one.
You are the sharp one.
You can bring me, I can cut anything.
Anyway, how was your weekend?
Yeah, it was a wonderful weekend, I must tell you, even though I sent you things and you were not able to read them. Talking about the McGregor and Conor McGregor fight that just happened over the weekend, where you see these guys raking in millions and millions of dollars, and I must tell you, it's one of the things that I have never seen with my eyes, where someone will be losing a battle. You are losing a sports game, and you are going to be a millionaire in dollars.
Your account is getting full.
I really wanted to show you that, because that's the kind of sport I wanted to get in, because we need to come out of this. We need to use you to come out of this.
I thought we are with you.
No, over this. We are not over this. We cannot be over this, because why would we be over this when you are seeing that someone is taking in millions of dollars? And now I'm talking about the UFC 329 officially in the books, yes, where you have them taking in, like the winner took $30 million and the loser took $3 million. Oh. Then another winner took $850,000. Another loser took $500,000. Someone else took $400,000. Someone else took $500,000. Someone else took $250,000. Someone else took $250,000. So now, looking at this, I will tell you that Conor McGregor walked away with $30 million.
That's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot. That's why I want you to join. There's no time, please. Don't tell me you are busy.
There's no problem.
Yeah, which comes around 435,000 per second. So the punch and the time he spent in the ring was $435,000 per second. Wow. During the 69 seconds inside the octagon, he landed. Now, talking about this fight is the fight that happened during the UFC 250. Now, that fight that commemorated America's 250th anniversary. Yeah. So now in that octagon, talking about it, he aimed something there. But now this one, UFC 329, he had to take in about just $435,000 just per second. So Wheezy, come out. Can you leave me? Let's just no. I'm trying to tell our audience that we have someone that can do this, guys. We have wisdom. That will go and represent us. But before wasting our time, before spending all the time on this, I'm talking about the Conor's impact on the organization is undeniable, and the UFC clearly knew his value and made sure it paid off. Also, Max Holloway, the one who faced McGregor yesterday, had some easy money, $3 million, without cutting weight or taking a single punch. Not a bad night at the office. So it was actually an issue that they were looking up to having. And this Holloway has to be one of the guys I've seen that did nothing and yet he won something. Yeah,
he did nothing, but at the end of the day, he got money. So he actually did something.
He actually
for coming outside, just representing yourself, coming outside, and you go home, it's quite.
It's quite.
I say easy money or sweet money now, I don't know, but I don't want to go to that direction.
Because you don't want to fight. Yeah. Well, let's move on from that.
I'm not fighting. Well, let's look at what we have on the Punch newspaper. Let's take a look at the headlines from Punch newspaper, where we have most Eagles will be fans in 2030. That's talking about qualifying for the World Cup. Most Eagles will be fans for 2030. We hope we, the Nigerian people, are going to see our own country playing the World Cup. Then, of course, by the side, we have Messi ready for England clash. This is one of the semi-finals that is going to come up. Messi's, Argentina side is going to face England, who are currently, I can tell you, they are currently in form right now. Then, by the side there, you still have Bellingham injury worry for 3 Lions. I hope that injury is not something serious, but they have to be worried about it. Then you see Mbappe shakes off injury concern because he was also taken, out of the match in the second half. So I hope all these injuries this is not the right time for them to be happening. Then Vinicius puts Madrid contract extension in doubt. You know, talking about Vinicius, this is somebody I don't know if we are going to see him in Madrid this coming season, because there has been a lot of talk if he's going to. You know, you talked about this Manuel last time, and I don't know why Arsenal are also entering this race. Why is it that any player Man U is going for almost another club will just come?
I want to believe they are dreaming.
So far, 3 players that Man United scouted for, you see Tottenham taking 2. Then Ederson now is no more coming to Manchester United. They say he wants to renew his contract with Atlanta. Then now the Kone that Man U is going for.
No, this guy is coming to Manchester United. No,
are you seeing Arsenal in this race?
Arsenal cannot. Arsenal will there be everywhere. Every race they are performing. Every race they are participating. What's wrong with Arsenal?
They want to take this one from Manchester United.
See, let me tell you something. When I watched this Kone, I saw him wearing Casemiro's shirt.
Okay.
And then we already have Santos. Manchester United already has Santos, and Santos covers the midfield and the defensive midfield more than every Manchester United player this season. So he covers about 3.3%. That guy that people are saying, who is this person? I mean, we may not even sign big names, but we can see where we are going to come next season. Remember, Manchester United already has Kobe Mainoo, already has Bruno Fernandes, and these are the 2 major midfielders. But having this guy, Kone, and also having Andre Santos, of course, we missed out on Sandro Tonali, missed out on Mateus Fernandes. Of course, these guys are way higher than the price that Manchester United had as a budget. And also remember that the Manchester United is upgrading their pitch, their football stadium to 100,000 capacity. You see, it's something that is a lot of project they have. Find someone that could build with them.
You know, Liverpool made that mistake last season where they spent a lot.
And they signed Isaac. They signed
wait.
They signed
they spent a lot of money.
They spent a lot of, and these guys were up to 80 million, 100 million, and at the end of the day,
this was about 120 million.
120. They had to struggle, but that's why it's not about the big name. It's about the quality, the delivery. That's actually what matters to me, really.
All right. I don't want to believe.
I remember the song that has this.
Okay, agreement is agreement.
You don't reach for settlement.
Why are they still talking about Cheles? Why are they still? I just hope this thing is a rumor. It's not something that's
actually. I want to let you know something. While we are reviewing, the reason why we are bringing out Punch Sports Extra is just to see the headlines. Basically, everything here is a rumor.
It should be a rumor,
and it's not even a real deal and a real time rumor. It's just a rumor that is kind of a forensic rumor.
Because Chelle is doing quite alright with it.
No, Chelle has accepted signed contract. He has signed contract. And the contract has been improved. You know, and also there's this rumor about Chelle too that I want to bring to our viewers. You know that now someone was asking on X, why did Nigeria not pick Thomas Tuchel, but we went for
we should pick Thomas Tuchel. When we are talking about how much do you want to pay Thomas Tuchel?
Let me tell you, Thomas Tuchel's salary in a year, it said that England, by rumors, England, he earns €5 million a year.
Okay.
Now, Thomas Tuchel could earn up to 11.5 billion naira yearly.
In a year.
In a year in Nigeria. How much do you think we're still struggling with $100,000
to pay Chelle?
Dollars to pay Chelle? And it was, if not because he brought out list of what he wanted to do. Super Eagles, not just Super Eagles, NFF, National Sports Commission, and the rest of them would have still been looking at him. And Algeria will come and pick him.
Yeah, of course,
Algeria. We don't have the money for
we have not finished paying to Chelle.
Is Tuchel. Do you know how much you can pay Tuchel?
Well, still on the headline, still on the Punch headline, we have Wolves reject Fiorentina's Arokodare bid. You know, Fiorentina are trying to bid for our Arokodare, but Wolves says no, they are not giving you to what you are asking. Then, of course, Chukwueze in Milan's pre-season squad. Chukwueze has gone back to AC Milan. He was on loan.
Yeah, he was on loan to Fulham, and he really did well. He really played well. I really loved that Chukwueze of Fulham.
Yeah,
I really loved the way he played. I really love what he did, and I must tell you that Chukwueze is a big name. Really, even though he had to take us home away from our AFCON dreams, but that's just in the past, because we also were seeing that just in the same last year he lost the mom, and the mom was buried just last 2 months. So it's to tell you, even though that this guy had to give us the bass for
anybody can
miss a penalty. You see that Lionel Messi has missed a penalty.
Mbappe also missed. So Chukwueze missing a penalty is not. We will not kill him for that. Then still on the Punch newspaper, we have Nwabali. It's been long we heard about. Thank God we are hearing about Nwabali. Now Nwabali returns to Chippa United. At the end of the day, he's not going anywhere. Still having to stay in the. I don't want him to stay in this Chippa United, but of course we are still having him staying in Chippa United. Then Iraola to inspire Isak's revival. Iraola, that's the Liverpool coach. He's trying to revive Isak. Then of course by the side we still have Blues move for Watkins. Talking about Chelsea, they are going for the Crystal Palace man. Blues move for Watkins. This is all that.
Why are you delaying talking about Nwabali back to Chippa United?
This season or this coming season, I wanted to see Nwabali somewhere else, not back to Chippa United. This is where he has been. We are talking about him coming out, going to another place, and he's still we are still seeing him going to play for South African League this coming season. It's not, and of course, his spot in the Super Eagles now is seriously under threat. Then he's still coming to keep for Chippa United. This not.
What do you want the guy to do? That's the question. Because most times we tend to just give our examination. What do you want him to do? He has not featured in any sporting event. He has not featured even in club and country for 7 months, getting to 8 months now. So what do you actually want him to do? Okay, let's say 6 months. What do you really want him to do?
I want him to leave Chippa United.
He goes back to where he belongs.
He should leave that club. He has tried for that club.
But there was no contract, no offer coming from other clubs. What do you want him to do? Listen, the problem he had at first, I must tell you, the problem Nwabali had at first was that he started with Chippa United.
Yeah.
That was the problem he had. Nwabali started with Chippa United. I don't know whether maybe conditions or whatever happened to him that he had to start with Chippa United. But there's this thing about home-based playing and then African-based play. Now, when you look at home-based players Nigeria has, it's easier for our home-based player. Just like yesterday, one of our guys in Inter Lagos, that's the name of the team, moved to Europe.
Okay.
He was signed to a team in Europe. Maybe we'll bring that story just later in the show. But it's easier for you to move from where you are, from MPFL to Europe, or around the globe, than for you to move from any other team in Africa to Europe. That's the problem. Now, Nwabali started with Chippa United. He really had to. He has been there for a while. So, I mean, him not being able to get contract, and also what we also check is his age.
Yeah.
Which team or what team can be able to afford him?
Teams are supposed. Nwabali is not.
Also, if
they will be up to even 30 million euros.
30 million euros is too much
for Nwabali.
Yes.
No, it's not too much.
No, it's too much.
Look at what the guy has done.
No.
Chippa United, even for Nigeria.
No.
In the AFCON.
No. I want to tell you something. 30 million euros is not. I won't give Nwabali 30 million euros.
Okay.
You know why? Why is not because he's not good. Why is because how much will he be? I will focus much more on his weekly contract than his yearly contract or his season contract, or the contract we signed. For instance, I will be giving him 100,000 euros every week. And it's something. It's like 2.6 million naira every week.
It's just that the age is no more on the side, so probably we will say, okay, it might not be worth that. So, but apart from age, I can tell you that Nwabali is, in fact, he's a great goalkeeper. We saw what he did for, when we played the AFCON, he did very well. So, but keeping age aside, maybe we would say, okay, it might not be worth 30 million euros.
Actually, he's worthing 3.8 billion naira currently. He should be estimated around 2 million euros. Like giving 30 million euros is just like, you know, blowing him off. So he earns monthly and is about $10,000 from Chippa United. So it's good.
All right.
Imagine earning $10,000 easy.
Let's leave Wabali aside. Let's move into the world of tennis before we talk about the World Cup. Of course, we are going to give you that later. Let's just talk about the world of tennis, where we had Jannik versus Alexander Zverev. This was for the Wimbledon Australian Grand Slam final, and of course these two guys met, and at the end of the day, Jannik had to emerge the winner. He's currently the number one. In the world of long tennis, I'm talking about long tennis, not table tennis. Jannik Sinner got the victory over Alexander Zverev. Then in the women's category, we had Linda Noskova also faced Karolina Muchova, where at the end of the day, Linda had to take the win. Of course, this was an all-Czechia final, where the two women were from Czech Republic. So Linda at the end of the day got the win. So this is the update that drew the curtain for the Wimbledon competition, where we had Sinner taking the win. Then was Linda also taking the win for the women's category. This is the updates on the world of tennis. Then moving straight into the world of World Cup, where we are talking about football. We had a lot of actions over the weekend, where we saw the quarterfinals. Argentina had to play Switzerland, England had to play Norway, France had to face Morocco, and Spain also, played their match against Belgium. This World Cup is now taking shape, where you can see that it's almost as predicted. In fact, it's going almost as predicted at this point in time. We are having these 4 semi-finalists, and I can tell you this was quite predicted very well. And we are going to have to see, the like of Yamal taking on, France versus Spain. Is this something that you are looking up to in the semi-final?
First of all, I would like to, give a shout out to that graphics.
Yeah.
FIFA, they have the quality, and they have a lot of, things to just bring around. Looking at how wonderful and how colored that picture is. Yeah. I must first of all shout out to the graphics. Before I shout out to France and Spain, because looking at these two guys, I must tell you that they really have been here. They have met each other, and talking about their head-to-head and how much they have played so far. I must tell you that it's something that the whole world have been waiting for, and I'm sure that France would still not want to, take a bow. Even Spain, neither Spain. And star men of the match and star men of the team, we could see Mbappe and Lamine Yamal having to, take his game to the next level when he faced Belgium, just the last game that was concluded. And talking about their head-to-head, we have 18 victories, and then while France come out of 13 times, France has actually won 13 times. And we're also seeing that this has been since the time beginning. Even though Spain has come out on the top and just 7 to the last 10 encounters they've had, including a 2-0 quarterfinal, which they won in Euro 2012. I must tell you that they had just been the team you could tip all day, all long. But there's this thing about Spain, and I must tell you that it was only just last match that Spain had to concede. Yeah. It was only last match they had to concede in the World Cup. Looking at the way they play, their defense is in the right shape. And Belgium would have won that game landslide, and also the guys they played next, they would have won that way landslide. But the problem with Belgium was that Belgium only had a good defense, but they did not have a good attack. In fact, the mistake that happened in the match, I would say, from this side, is removing Kevin De Bruyne. Of course, Kevin De Bruyne is quite old, and he was not able to play the game. But not being able to find someone like Kevin De Bruyne
to replace him.
Seeing that this midfield is going to play against the best in the world. Talking about Rodri, a one-time Ballon d'Or winner, and a Manchester City top player. And I'm sure that in Manchester City now, Rodri will be the captain.
Of course.
Rodri will be the captain.
Bernardo Silva is leaving.
He's leaving. He has already left to Real Madrid. So Rodri will be the captain. And seeing how disciplined Rodri is, you don't expect to break that midfield. In fact, Spain played both on the flank. They played both by the two flanks, and they were just shooting towards Courtois. And Courtois had no option than to, bow out of the game because he had to develop some fault in his body. I'll call it a fault. Now, still seeing the goal that Spain scored was from Mikel Merino, who has been doing that. So anytime he comes in, he scores. And then looking at that kind of goal that they scored, when you are playing people like Spain, if you see that game, there was no much chance for you to shoot against Spain. You don't shoot against Spain. So Belgium, they just had to lose their attention a minute, and everything was blown up. Do you understand? Everything got rusty when Oyezeba, when he played the ball, and Lamens of Manchester United punched it out, and people seem to be blaming Senna Lamens. That's his first time of featuring in the World Cup. Yeah. And then he punched it out just the same way that they scored Belgium, that Spain completing their comeback, their game on Saturday. That's the same way that England had to score
Norway. That second goal, Jude Bellingham's goal.
So it was a push out, and it was a take-in. I must tell you, these two goals.
You don't blame the keeper for trying to.
You don't blame.
The defenders. Where were you guys? When the keeper is trying to push out the ball, then the defenders could not also assist him.
Yeah, of course, it was a problem. And I must tell you that looking at France and Spain, they've really had history, like seeing how they have played over the years. Yeah. But tipping Spain to win would be a risky game. Because just that they will score.
France has a good attack.
Yeah, France
is Spain going to be? Are they going to be able to hold France?
That's the problem. Now you can't. First of all, if you compare the midfield, the French midfield, you're having the likes of Kone at the DM. How will you play Kone at the DM where we have names like the former Fenerbahce guy talking about Kante, former Chelsea Champions League winner. Yeah. You have Kante at that DM, and you have Tchouaméni. Tchouaméni is injured though, and nobody is noticing him. Tchouaméni is injured, and nobody is noticing Tchouaméni. Now, comparing the two defense, where you have Pedri, Gavi at the CM, AM, and DM, and Rodri too at the DM. Olmo. You have Dani Olmo and the rest of them. Now, seeing that in the same midfield of France, you have names.
Rabiot.
You have Rabiot. You have Rabiot. You have Kone. You have Tchouaméni. You have Camavinga. In fact, Camavinga, I'm not sure he was called up to the World Cup.
He was not even featured.
Now, you still have Olise.
Yeah.
Olise is playing 10.
Dembele is still there.
You still have Dembele. Dembele can play 10. Like, you have attack more than the attack they want to give you. Are you seeing where the problem is? So I'm telling you right now that for Spain to win France, it will be dangerous for Spain.
I'm saying, but it's going to be difficult.
It's going to be difficult, although that France will score a lot of goals.
Yeah.
Because France they know how to score. They will score. They will eventually score goals, and you will see what will happen in that game. France will score more goals because even if no matter how tough you are, they will score you.
They're going to find a way.
They're going to find a way. If they don't come close, if they don't do 1v1, if they don't do outside the box, if they don't do tiki-taka, they do counter.
Yeah.
And remember, there's the fastest man in football.
Mbappe is
there. The highest goal scorer, Mbappe is still there. And this is a race for Golden Boot, and you don't expect him not to score. And you have the highest assist in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Talking about Olise. Talking about this guy, Ousmane Dembele. There's no way Spain would be able to hold down France.
That's going to be a difficult one. We're going to see what's going to that match. Of course, is coming up tomorrow. Then let's quickly take a look at the leading goal scorers right now in the World Cup, and we are having Mbappe. Of course, is still on number 8. That he has 8 goals. Then we'll talk about Messi. Lionel Messi also has 8 goals. Then Erling Haaland, of course, is already out of the competition. He has 7. Then Of course, someone that we have not really talked about in this World Cup is Jude Bellingham. Remember, this guy is a midfielder. He's not even an attacker, having to be part of the highest goal scorers right now, the leading goal scorers, Bellingham and Harry Kane. Let's take a moment and talk about Jude Bellingham. This young man that is supposed to be a midfielder, having to feature, in part of the leading goal scorers right now in the World Cup, having 6 goals as a midfielder, I think it's something that, will I say media has not really talked about this young man a lot. When you see Yamal now, people are posting Yamal, talking about Yamal. Yamal has not even scored up to 3 goals in this World Cup. Meanwhile, Jude Bellingham has 6 goals from a midfielder. I think, that's a milestone, that he has achieved right there. And we are going to see if they are going to skate through to play. Of course, they are going to play France. And, that match, we have said, it's not something that is going to be easy for them. If they are going to skate through France, then I can tell you they are one of the, leading contenders for this World Cup that we are talking about, FIFA 2026. Then let's give you a little of the transfers or the updates we have concerning transfers. There are a lot of transfers coming up, and I'm going to start from the man we call. Do you know this guy Ugochukwu?
Ugochukwu that went to
he played for Chelsea. He is going to Galatasaray. Ugochukwu, yeah. There was a time he was featured in Chelsea. That was about 3 seasons.
3 seasons ago. I know Ugochukwu. He's my yard guy. My landlord's son.
I'm not talking about Ugochukwu in your yard. Ugochukwu, of course, is going. In fact, he has been confirmed a Galatasaray player. Ugochukwu will be seeing him play for Galatasaray alongside our own Victor Osimhen. So Ugochukwu is going to Galatasaray for a deal worth over 30 million euros. Ugochukwu, of course, played for Burnley and now is going to Galatasaray. Then also we are having Genoa, who have seen the terms for Hamad Traore. Traore will be featured for Genoa, in this coming next season. Low move for 8 million euros. This is just for a low move. Then also in the transfers we have Marcos Leonardo to Ajax. Marcos Leonardo is going to Ajax. Verbal agreement has already been, done. Club to club agreement has been done with Al Hilal. Is going for a 25 million, fee. Then also we talked about this young man, Leonardo Trossard. We talked about him last week, where we said he is going to Besiktas. Now, it's almost a done deal with Arsenal. The fees are about 20 million euros. Is going to worth till 2029. Also, we have Newcastle. Newcastle are going to sign England under 17 winger, talking about Kieran Thompson. That's from Arsenal Academy. So we are going to be seeing Thompson joining Newcastle United. Then also in the transfers, we are having Aston Villa. That's a Switzerland player, but it's been negotiated. Aston Villa might get through to this deal. It's almost a done deal. We are not saying it's a done deal yet, but it's almost a done deal, and for the record fee of 60 million euros. So these are all the transfers and updates we have for you. Now, talking about your prediction, Mr. Goodhope, what do you have? France versus Spain. What is your prediction?
Well, France versus Spain, my prediction is going to be very simple. I must tell you, France would eventually win. And they will win by 3 goals to 1.
3 goals to 1. That's talking about the match that's coming up tomorrow.
Also, and I know you want France to win.
They have taken away Morocco. Now, Morocco was my other team, Cape Verde. It's been like they have been running around, African countries. Now they are having to face a proper team, talking about England. And I don't know, of course, the officiating. How is it going to be possible?
We're going to see what happens in the officiating, and maybe at the end of the day, we'll see how they will not be able to sleep on this one, because their games are in midnight.
So this is all we have for you on this segment of Aneke Sport. Of course, drop your predictions also in all our platforms. Let us know what you are predicting, and of course, like we always say, if we get to have a winner, we have something for you. We have a prize for you. This is where we are going to drop this segment of this show. I remember your humble host worldwide saying, have a lovely day. Bye bye.
And I'm Goodhope Chukwuma. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, rescued oil pupils and teachers to reunite with families today. Court orders police to deploy qualified legal officers to all divisions. On the foreign scene, US-Iran airstrikes deepen Middle East conflict. And business, federal government raises 5.08 trillion naira from domestic bond market in first half of 2026. Now the news in details. Rescued pupils and teachers abducted from Orire local government area of Oyo State are expected to reunite with their families today after spending 56 days in captivity. The victims, who were rescued during a joint military operation last Friday, have since remained under medical care and psychosocial support at the 2nd Division Nigerian Army Medical Services, Odobo Barracks, Ibadan. Governor Seyi Makinde, who visited the survivors over the weekend, said the victims were placed under a mandatory 48-hour medical observation to assess their physical and psychological condition before being released to their families. He said the observation period was necessary to ensure their full recovery after the prolonged ordeal. With the medical evaluation expected to end today, the military is scheduled to formally hand the victims over to the Oyo State government ahead of their unification with relatives. Family members have already gathered in Ibadan in anticipation of receiving their loved ones. Meanwhile, traditional rulers have renewed calls for stronger security across Orire local government area, saying the vast area remains insignificantly and insufficiently secured, with only one police division serving more than 700 communities. The Oyo State government has also pledged to work with the federal government to strengthen security around the old Oyo National Park to prevent criminal groups from using the forest as a hideout. The Defense Headquarters has released operational footage of the military operation that rescued pupils and teachers abducted from Orire local government area of Oyo State. The victims were kidnapped on May 15, 2026 and spent more than 50 days in captivity before their rescue. Military authorities said the operation followed sustained intelligence gathering and involved coordinated action from security agencies, leading troops to the terrorist hideout. The operation resulted in the safe rescue of the victims after security forces engaged the kidnappers. The president identified the Ansaru terrorist group as being responsible for the abduction. Security operatives also neutralized several terrorists during the operation and arrested 8 suspected kidnappers who have been since transferred to the Department of State Services for further investigation. President Bola Tinubu commended the armed forces and other security agencies for what he described as their courage, professionalism and commitment to protecting Nigerians. He reaffirmed his administration's resolve to sustain operations against terrorism and other violent crimes across the country. The federal government has commenced efforts to avert a planned protest by retired military personnel over delays in implementing approved pension adjustments. Veteran groups have threatened to stage a demonstration in Abuja if their demands remain unresolved. The retirees say the reverse pension structure approved alongside the salary increase for serving military personnel has yet to be implemented. They are demanding that the new pension rates reflect in their July payments and are also seeking a clear timetable for settling outstanding arrears. Leaders of the veterans groups say they have concluded arrangement for an initial 3-day protest, but may extend the demonstration if the government fails to provide satisfactory assurances. They insist that pension payments should be made in full rather than through staggered disbursements. Officials of the Ministry of Defense are expected to meet representatives of the retirees today in an effort to resolve the dispute. The veterans maintain that while they remain open to dialogue, the planned protest will proceed unless concrete commitments are reached. The Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, has defended the proposed establishment of state police, describing the reform as a major step towards strengthening Nigeria's security architecture. He said the initiative would improve community policing and enhance the fight against insecurity. Speaking during an interview on Radio Nigeria in Kaduna, Senator Barau said locally recruited police officers would possess better knowledge of their communities, making them more effective in tackling crimes such as banditry, kidnapping, and other security threats. Addressing concerns over possible abuse by state governments, the Deputy Senate President said the proposed legislation contains constitutional safeguards to prevent misuse. He explained that the Nigerian Police Force would continue to retain responsibility for national security matters, including terrorism and cybercrime, while the President would have powers to intervene where necessary. The State Police Bill will now proceed to State Houses of Assembly for consideration as part of the constitutional amendment process before it can become law. Senator Barau urged Nigerians to support the reform, saying it would strengthen security and improve public safety across the Federation. The National Industrial Court has ordered the Nigerian Police Force and the Inspector General of Police to deploy qualified legal officers to police divisions across the country, in line with the provisions of the Police Act 2020. The judgment was delivered by the Abuja Judicial Division in a suit instituted by the Nigerian Bar Association. The court held that police authorities have a statutory responsibility to ensure that professionally trained legal officers are available to provide legal guardians and strengthen compliance with the rule of law at divisional level. It also ruled that police personnel who possess law degrees but have not been formally designated as legal officers cannot perform official legal duties reserved for the police legal units. President of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, Mazi Afam Osigwe, welcomed the judgment, describing it as a significant step towards improving professionalism, accountability, and the protection of citizens' constitutional rights within the criminal justice system. Although the court declined the MPA's request to automatically elevate all police lawyers to the rank of Superintendent of Police, the association said it would monitor compliance with the judgment to ensure its full implementation by the Nigerian Police Force and the Police Service Commission. The Enugu State Police Command has launched a manhunt for the driver and conductor of a Mitsubishi L300 commercial bus over the alleged assault of police officers, attempted murder, and the snatching of a police rifle during an incident along Abakaliki Road in Enugu. Police said the incident occurred at about 1:20 p.m. on July 9th at the All Saints roundabout, after operatives of the Distress Response Squad intercepted the vehicle, following a report that its occupant had assaulted a traffic police officer on duty. According to the command, the driver initially slowed down before accelerating in an attempt to evade arrest, knocking down a police operative in the process. The command said the officer's AK-47 rifle became entangled with the moving vehicle before the suspect allegedly threw it out near the IMT bus stop before fleeing the scene. The rifle and its ammunition were immediately recovered by police operatives. Commissioner of Police Maman Giwa has ordered a full investigation and directed that all efforts be intensified to apprehend the fleeing suspects. In a statement issued by the police public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, the command urged the public to disregard misleading accounts of the incident and warned that assault on law enforcement officers would be prosecuted in accordance with the law. Osun State Governor Senator Ademola Adeleke has appealed to the European Union to deploy election observers for the state's governorship election scheduled for August 15th. He said international observation will strengthen transparency and reinforce public confidence in the electoral process. Governor Aneke made the appeal while receiving the Austrian ambassador to Nigeria, petermbah, at the government house in Osogbo. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to conducting a peaceful, credible and transparent election in accordance with Nigeria's Electoral Act. Ambassador Peterobi said the European Union remained committed to supporting credible democratic processes in Nigeria. He described the Osun governorship election as an important test ahead of the 2027 general elections and urged political parties and their supporters to conduct their campaigns peacefully. The Austrian envoy also reaffirmed Austria's interest in expanding cooperation with Osun State in the areas of cultural heritage, tourism, renewable energy, and agriculture. Civil society organizations have also called for robust election monitoring to enhance transparency and public confidence in the polls. The Nigeria Police Force is set to arraign the alleged Director General of the purported Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, Prince Adeyemi, before the Federal High Court in Abuja over allegations of forgery, impersonation, and related offenses. According to court documents, Adeyemi and 2 other defendants will face an 8-count charge filed by the police, alleging that they operated a non-existent government agency and used false documents in carrying out their activities. The case follows investigations ordered after questions were raised about the council's operations. The prosecution is expected to call several witnesses, including the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, alongside civil servants and security personnel. Police are also expected to tender documentary evidence during the trial. The case, which was previously adjourned following the defendant's reported illness, is expected to resume before the Federal High Court this week. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Rescued Oyo pupils and teachers to reunite with families today. Court orders police to deploy qualified legal officers to divisions nationwide. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Western leaders meet in Paris as Ukraine seeks additional air defense support. Bangladesh floods and landslide claim dozens of lives. On business scene, federal government raises 5.08 trillion naira through domestic bond sales in first half of 2026. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. At least 48 people have been killed and more than 1 million others displaced after days of torrential rainfall and landslides triggered widespread flooding across southeastern Bangladesh. Authorities say the disaster has affected 7 districts where floodwaters have submerged homes, destroyed roads and bridges, and disrupted electricity and communication services. Among the dead are 16 Rohingya refugees who were killed when landslides buried temporary shelters in the Cox's Bazar refuge camps. The Bangladesh Army and Navy have launched large-scale rescue operations, deploying boats to deliver food, drinking water, medicines, and other emergency supplies to isolated communities. Disaster management officials have also urged residents in high-risk areas to relocate to designated shelters as rescue efforts continue. Emergency responders say many communities remain inaccessible due to damaged infrastructure, while humanitarian agencies warn of growing concerns over shortages of clean water, food, and medical supplies. Climate experts say the disaster reflects the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme monsoon events linked to climate change. Leaders from the Coalition of the Willing are meeting in Paris today to strengthen military support for Ukraine amid renewed Russian missile and drone attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is joining more than 25 international leaders at the Emergency Summit, where discussions are focused on expanding air defense capabilities, accelerating military assistance, and developing long-term security guarantees for Ukraine. The meeting follows a fresh wave of Russian strikes that reportedly killed 8 people and injured dozens. Coalition members are considering additional supplies of United States-made Patriot missile interceptors, the Franco-Italian SWAP-T air defense system, and expanded joint defense production to improve Ukraine's ability to counter aerial attacks. Leaders are also expected to discuss additional sanctions targeting Russia's oil exports and maritime operations, alongside plans for future multinational military cooperation. French President Emmanuel Macron is expected to outline further measures aimed at strengthening European support for Ukraine. Authorities in Thailand are investigating a deadly fire that swept through a popular entertainment venue in Bangkok, leaving at least 27 people dead and dozens of others injured. The fire broke out shortly before midnight at the Rong Bear Nalat Fryo venue. Witnesses said an electrical fault near the stage was followed by an explosion that rapidly engulfed the building in flames and thick smoke, forcing patrons to scramble for safety. Thai emergency services said many victims were trapped after smoke quickly filled the building, while firefighters brought the blaze under control within about 30 minutes. 63 people were taken to hospital, with at least 22 reported to be in critical condition. Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul has expressed condolences to the victims' families and ordered a full investigation into the incident. Forensic experts are examining the site to determine the cause of the fire and assess whether the building complies with safety and emergency exit regulations. Tensions in the Middle East have intensified following a fresh exchange of military strikes between the United States and Iran, raising concerns over regional stability and global energy security. According to military officials, United States Central Command carried out air and drone strikes on multiple targets linked to Iran's military infrastructure. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps responded by launching missiles and drones toward military installations in several Gulf countries, including Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates. Regional authorities reported that some incoming projectiles were intercepted, while security alerts were activated across parts of the Gulf. The latest escalation has heightened concerns over the safety of international shipping routes and critical energy infrastructure. The renewed hostilities pushed global oil prices higher amid fears of disruptions to supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil transit route. Despite conflicting claims over maritime access, international observers continue to call for restraint and renewed diplomatic engagement to prevent a broader regional conflict. And on to business news. The Ogun State government has warned that any market found dumping refuse within its premises or along public roads will face immediate closure as part of efforts to improve environmental sanitation. The warning follows growing concerns over indiscriminate waste disposal and open defecation along sections of the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, particularly around Mowe, Ibafo, and Maboro. Residents have called for stronger enforcement to address the deteriorating environmental conditions. The Ogun State Waste Management Authority says illegal dumping poses serious public health risks, contaminates food items sold in nearby markets, and degrades the environment. Authorities have begun clearing existing dump sites while directing market leaders to enforce proper sanitation among traders. Government officials say environmental monitoring will be intensified across affected communities, stressing that markets which fail to comply with sanitation regulations will be sanctioned in accordance with state environmental laws. The Lagos State government has signed 4 public-private partnership concession agreements aimed at strengthening healthcare delivery, digital governance, and transportation infrastructure across the state. Among the projects are the development of My Lagos app in partnership with MTN Nigeria, a digital platform designed to provide residents with access to government services, payments, traffic information, emergency support, and other public services through a single application. The agreement also includes a 20-year concession for the automation of the Lagos State Motor Vehicle Administration Agency to improve vehicle registration, driver's license processing, and revenue collection. Outdoor advertising infrastructure along major roads will also be upgraded through private sector participation. In the health sector, the state government has partnered with Swiss healthcare company Roche and 5 local firms to deploy automated blood screening systems in selected general hospitals. Officials say implementation will commence immediately as part of efforts to advance Lagos's smart city agenda. The federal government raised 5.08 trillion naira from domestic bond market during the first half of 2026, representing a significant increase over the 2.86 trillion naira recorded during the corresponding period in 2025. Data released by the Debt Management Office shows that investor demand remained strong, with total subscriptions exceeding 9 trillion naira, reflecting continued confidence in federal government securities despite increased borrowing. The figures also indicate that average marginal interest rates on long-term bonds declined compared with the previous years, following recent monetary policy adjustments by the Central Bank of Nigeria aimed at moderating inflation and supporting macroeconomic stability. And on the sports news, FIFA President Gianni Infantino says World Football's governing body will consider a proposal to expand the FIFA World Cup from 48 to 64 teams, beginning with the 2030 tournament. Speaking to Swiss media, Infantino said the proposal would be examined by the appropriate FIFA committees after the conclusion of the ongoing 2026 FIFA World Cup. The expansion would increase participation by an additional 16 countries. Supporters of the proposal argue that a larger tournament will provide more opportunities for developing football nations, particularly in Africa, Asia, and other emerging football regions, while encouraging greater investment in the sport. However, the proposal has attracted criticism from several football administrators, including UEFA President Alexander Cafari and CONCACAF President Victor Montagliani, who argue that further expansion would affect the quality of the competition and place additional pressure on the international football calendar. And on entertainment news, Nigerian comedian and filmmaker Ayo Mako, popularly known as AY, has shared a social media post commenting on his current relationship status. In a video posted on Instagram, the entertainer described being single as nothing unusual and disclosed that he was traveling alone to Cape Verde for a vacation. The post comes more than 2 years after AY publicly confirmed the end of his marriage to Baby Marco, with whom he shares a daughter. The separation attracted widespread public attention, while both parties appealed for privacy regarding family matters. And now to end the news, the main stories again. Rescued pupils and teachers abducted in Oriro local government area of Oyo State are expected to reunite with their families today after spending 56 days in captivity. The National Industrial Court, Abuja Judicial Division, has ordered the Nigeria Police Force and the Inspector General of Police to deploy qualified legal officers to police divisions across the country, in line with the provisions of the Police Act 2020. On the foreign scene, Western leaders are meeting in Paris, France, alongside President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, to discuss additional air defense support and long-term security assistance for Kiev amid continued Russian missile and drone attacks. And on the business scene, the federal government of Nigeria raised 5.08 trillion naira through domestic bond sales during the first half of 2026, according to figures released by the Debt Management Office. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good morning.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Good morning to you, our dear beloved viewers. Welcome to Sunrise. It's a beautiful, cold morning, one that is perfect for either opa, pap, or akara. But then again, we're here in the studio to work this morning. It's a bright Monday morning, the Monday 13th day in July, and I welcome you to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai. They say no matter how dark the night, that the day must surely come. We're here to make sure that you do not just pass through this day, that you own it. Therefore, get ready your coffee or tea. Relax. Enjoy this ride because the sunrise is set sail.
All right. Now, before we get into all of that, I know I mentioned that the morning is perfect for, that kind of breakfast that hits you up and gets you on for the day. But then again, man, it would have been nice if you came to work with probably pap that has a lot of milk.
This is a relative. While you are looking at the weather being so calm, cozy, and a little bit drizzles here and there, it may be an impediment to some other persons there. While you're looking at it about realization and celebrating with you said pap. I would rather do a coffee, for breakfast than a pap in the morning. Yeah, so it all depends, from where you sit. Yeah. While some people are celebrating this, some people are having their honeymoon, of course. But for some, it has to be business. So it all depends on where you stand.
Truly.
And that covers your perspective on how you see the cozy weather.
Yeah. So I wonder what.
So for you, where would you want to be? I suppose not in this studio. Maybe
I would want to be here. I would want to be here because if I'm not here to do what I love to do, how would our viewers know what's happening and understand what our mind is from here in the Southeast? And of course, it's a brand new week, like I mentioned, and we have a lot to unpack this week.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Last weekend, we saw the release of the abducted children from the captivity, and we also saw the uploads, the final uploads for the governors and presidential candidates across all political parties. And we saw the president issue a directive to ICPC to investigate the phantom agency. So we had a lot from last week, and it's another week. And of course, we're here to bring you updates as it's unfolding in the society.
Yeah, a lot of things to unpack, from the said to the unsaid. A lot of things, a lot of controversies brewing here and there. You can, talk about the border agency, where we have a seat-tight secretary, executive secretary, or director general. So there are a whole lot of issues to unpack. Beyond that, you must be aware also that the 2027 election is already heating up, and people are alleging, in fact, the candidate of the MDC is already alleging threat to his life, that he may not be alive to, even contest in the 2027 election. There are a whole lot of intimidation here and there. And beyond that, there are many issues that is unfolding. Our troops, of the OPHDK are making inroads, foiling attempts by the insurgents, the ISWAPs, to infiltrate, some local government in Maiduguri, in Borno State, and others. So there are a whole lot of things to unpack, and many of the insurgents were decimated. So there are many things to talk about this morning.
Right. Yeah. Now, before we get into all of that this morning, we'll be reading out our quote for today. Our quote this morning is from Thurgood Marshall, and it says, "There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. We must move with all deliberate speed." There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. You must move with all deliberate speed. There are things that you need to do, but because we keep procrastinating, we end up not doing them. And time itself can be an enemy of time. And it's only when you understand that your greatest enemy sometimes is time, you understand the importance of, doing things fast. Maybe not hastily, because of course you could do things hastily and then you would ruin the process, or you mess these things up. But there are some other factors that determine, or the pace at which you do them fast determines how productive they end up becoming. There are some things that do not require that long patience. There are things that deserve swift action, swift processing, and swift carrying out of responsibility. And this also can be connected to our the political situation in Nigeria. Election periods are times where you have to act fast, because if you don't act fast and vote the persons you think are capable of being in charge of the economy of the system for the next 4 years, you will not be able to get that opportunity again till after 4 years. So time in itself can be its very own enemy, and there are things that deserve deliberate speed.
Yes, this quote is quite apt, coming from the first Supreme Court judge of the U.S. Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall. Time is maybe sometimes an adversary, and these are the time we are in. You highlighted it quite well. The INEC has extended the time for voter registration exercise. So we should take advantage of that, get our PVC. Time becomes of the essence, and we need to move with deliberate speed, to see that we are registered, we are good to go, ready to vote, to choose who will be at the helm of affairs, across board. So time is of the essence. We need to move with intent, deliberate speed, get them and be ready, because soon it will be time again. We need not complain. We have the opportunity to decide the direction, the trajectory of this nation, and it's all on time. Time is of the essence.
Time is truly of the essence. That's our quote this morning from Thurgood Marshall. There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. We must move with all deliberate speed. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're bringing up weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
And it's there.
We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Sunrise. Next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the morning. We're starting off with the story on the Daily Trust. This is a major headline on the Daily Trust, and it reads: Federal government exam fee hike raises dropout fears. Federal government exam fee hike raises dropout fears. Now it says the federal government has been criticized for its decision to increase the registration fees for the West Africa Examination Council, that's WIKE, and NECO exams to 50,000 naira. This increment was conveyed in a letter dated June 18th, signed by the Director of Senior Education of Nigeria, Adeniji Ibrahim. This is to say that the amount paid, which is currently at 27,500, would be increased to 50,000 naira. Now, with this new developments, the bodies of education has come out to say that this will become counterproductive, such that because the government proposes that this would help reduce dropout and encourage more people to go to school, but this is going to be counterproductive according to the headlines, that this is going to make people not want to go to school, saying that We've had Atiku Abubakar comment on this. We have peterobi commenting on it, saying that he had to pay registration fees for pupils who could not afford it because at the time or at its current price, it is expensive. But having to increase it to 50,000 naira, it's going to be more difficult, much more difficult for pupils to afford.
Yes, you know, when you see these stories like this or news this way, one is highly disturbed, you know, leading to ask a lot of questions. Yes, the government agency has come out to, you know, make the foundation upon which they've raised the cost, having to take into account the considerable cost of organizing public examinations in Nigeria. We remember that at one point in time, there was a meeting between the joint meeting between WIEC and NECO in, you know, together with the Ministry of Education, where they looked into the cost of conducting these examinations, and they agreed on 1,500 to 50,000 naira, which signifies about 82% increment in this amount. You know, if one is to concede to this argument, bearing in mind, yes, that the cost of living in Nigeria has skyrocketed over time, that even when you bring into account the cost of transportation, for example, the price of staple food prices, you take into account that even in private schools, and the price of school fees, you know, over time have continued to, you know, be on the increase, even up to tertiary levels. So you may not want to go against the fact that it is, you know, within the same environment, economic environment, that the fares for these examinations will have to be increased. But be that as it may, if one looks deeper into this issue, you need to not just take it on the face value, but bring it together and look at the situation of the people beyond the economics, beyond all that. You know, Nigeria is in a state where you need to get more people educated. You know, the last study that was carried out, you know, will have a verified report that about 18-point-something million children, you know, and adolescents are out of school in Nigeria. And then when you further go into breakdowns, you see that over 10 million, you know, of school children, you know, talking about primary schools, you know, people who are of primary school age who are out of school are over 10 million. And then when you go further beyond that age range of 11, you know, 6, 11, and 15, and then go further, you discover that the number climbs higher beyond the 18.5 million to up to 20 million and above in this very regard. So you take that into account, you now begin to discover that we as a people need to do much more beyond looking at the economic facts and numbers, you know, when we want to realistically increase prices of fares in this regard. And this has to do with education, which is the most prized part of education in Nigeria, you know, talking about the senior secondary level, where people have to, you know, undertake that very exam to either, you know, go look for handworks or further their education. So it's quite important that we take the Nigerian situation into account, because what are the challenges that will happen now? A lot of persons are unable to afford the 27,500 that you had. It was an issue. And here we are increasing to 50,000 naira. So you will see a lot of dropouts from school. You will see a lot of families that will not send their children to school, believing that what's the essence of their children going to school when they can't, you know, afford to, you know, write either JAM, rather WIEC or NECO in this very instance, which leads me to, you know, question other issues. But before I dive into that, you know, holistically, let's just take a moment and go on a short break. When we return, our expert analysts will be joining us, and then together we'll extract these issues. Please stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thanks for staying with us. And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good
morning. Welcome.
All right. Prior to your joining us, we're looking at the increase of wike and NECO exam fees in Nigeria from 27,500 to 50,000 naira. To properly guide you into the conversation, I was already, speaking to these issues and trying to link up the fact that this may lead to a number of more out-of-school children in Nigeria. The numbers already has it that we'll have about 18.3 million out-of-school children within the age bracket of 6 to 15 years. And then further down the line, if you go higher above 15 years, then the number increases beyond 20 million out-of-school children in Nigeria. And in review of that, given that the price of things in Nigeria are skyrocketing, the cost of living and all that, which justifiably on that ground, they look at the cost of conducting this examination to be, way higher than the 27,500 that was charged earlier than this, and have increased the price to 50,000. But looking at it, one may want to bring in these factors beyond the economic factors and the need to have more of the Nigerian children in classroom. Education has been said to be, the proper factor you need to ensure development across boards. Mr. Emeka.
Yes, when I got wind of this this particular news when it broke, in fact, I got to know about this, very early today, very early in the morning when I was, going through the various news breaks across the night, and I felt very bad. I must be honest with you, because I know, I'm somebody that is very close to the grassroots, and I know the various challenges that even parents are encountering right now. I know how frustrating it can be, not just for the parents, but even for the students themselves, when you have probably gone through JSS 1 down to JSS 3 and SS3, and you're ready to register for your WIKE and possibly NECO, and your parents says there's no money yet. 27,000 naira cities now could be a chicken chain to somebody else, and I can tell you that it could be a whole fortune, to some families. And considering the fact that some of these families, have other responsibility, other children are also in school, so it's for anybody to even think of, increasing it. I see that as very, very sensitive. But that is on one side, and realistically too, that is on one side. The second side is that now, when the currency was devalued about 2-3 years back, we knew that these things are going to be the ripple effect, because the bodies that conduct these examinations, yes, you could say that many of them are government agencies, and many of them are, have a direct bearing with government. But the bodies that conduct these exams, their running cost has also increased. And the expenses, the overhead, as long as this examination is concerned, has also increased, including, those who mark the papers when the time comes. So if you look at it across the board, you find out that their own expenses have equally increased over time. Now the question to ask is, how much did it cost to register for JAMB 3 years ago, and how much did it cost to register for JAMB this year? So, and WIEC also is an examination body. JAMB is even a one-off examination. WIEC is, for a whole month. Their invigilators have to keep going and coming back, keep going and coming back. Sometimes they have to, when they ask vigilators to leave location A and to go to location B, they have to cater for their transport, like cater for their logistics. So their expenses, that no doubt, has also increased. And these are the ripple effects of devaluation of the currency. What you probably achieved with 100,000 naira last year, before the devaluation, you can't achieve the same thing even with 200,000 naira this year. So I just hope and believe that those in authorities will have to look at this issue once again and offer succor where need be, and possibly grant rebates. I don't know how it's going to be done, and I also use the opportunity to also call very good spirited individuals, because no Nigerian child must be chased out of school. Because we're even looking at those who are not able to. Maybe you grew up and parents says, look, sorry, you can't go to school because we don't have money to train you, pay WIEC and everything. But for those who have actually gone through primary, gone through JSS, gone through SSS, and now you get to the point of registering where they say there's no money for you, and that frustrates you out. That anger and that frustration, many people carry it for the rest of their life, and that's why even when they grow up, when they're talking about, yes, even when they have succeeded in life, when they talk about it, they tell you that, look, the society was very harsh on me, and maybe because of their current status that is pulling them back. But for those who are not able to succeed, they go outright and become very big menace to the society, very big menace to the. Some not long ago, a particular musician in Nigeria, a successful musician, you would say, was being interviewed, and they asked him, if you were not a musician, what would you have done? Publicly on a live television, he said, well, I would have been an armed robber, because my parents didn't have money to send me to school. There was no other option for me. I would have been, in fact, I would have even started stealing small. Thank God that music came. Ordinarily, by now, either they would have killed me or I would have killed many people. This was what he said, and he was not the only one that that would be caught up in that kind of web. So I don't know what those in authority are thinking, over the increment of these WIEC school fees. They have to take a look at it a second time.
All right, Mr. Emeka, looking at a nation that at one point in time will subsidize petroleum, amount the subsidy on petroleum is gone. When it comes to subsidizing electricity, it's still a strong debate around that. Many people still believe that they pay out of pocket entirely for electricity. So shouldn't we be looking at education, subsidizing education in Nigeria? From the era when we got our independence, through the 60s to 70s, even early 80s, education in Nigeria was subsidized. So can't we look in that direction again?
Over time, there has been this debate in Nigeria, where do we classify education? Should it be a commercial venture or a social service? That this is a debate that has been raging for quite some time now. And I don't think we have successfully situated, that issue at this right place. Because if you have, quite frankly, a lot of policies that are coming from government probably wouldn't have been coming if we have actually situated education as a social service. Because if you look at education today, yes, some of the government schools, some of the government-run schools, the fees may not be very high, but it's not as if they are just outrightly affordable. They are not outrightly compared to what it was when we went to school. I mean, I can still remember very vividly that in my year one in the university, after all my registrations, all I paid was 210 naira. Very clearly, I still have my receipt today. Even as I speak with you, my receipts are there. So I everything I paid was 210 naira, and we are talking about reasonably just maybe close to maybe about 30 years ago, thereabouts.
No, but so, even without taking it that far, most recently in earliest time, I paid year one, both accommodation and everything was 2014 naira.
So you see now, so that is it now. But today, even at the government-owned schools, government-run schools, the question is, how much are people paying today? We see all kinds of student demonstrations here and there across the nation over cases of increment of school fees. So I don't think the nation or itself, even the government has fully and substantially answered the question: is education a social service or a commercial venture? You see, they will come and tell you that those in authority, those in government will come and tell you, I'm trying to convince you of how much government is spending to sustain education in Nigeria. Well, it's not in my place to argue with them. I don't know what the figures are. However, if you just look the other way around, you also see schools where parents pay an average of 2 million naira for their wards or their children in secondary school. You go to crossover to private universities. I had the privilege of my wife going for a master's degree program in a private university. Honestly speaking, it wasn't funny. Maybe by now I wouldn't even have, I would not be able to afford the money. That's the truth, because then perhaps things were much better. If we were now, probably wouldn't have been able to afford the money. I know how much I paid. So now the question is, if education is actually a social service, why should that be the case? Why should that be the case in a nation that is still grappling with literacy issues? So that is why it's very difficult to say subsidize education, because government has its own basket full of stories and reasons why it's very difficult for them. But by and large, the ultimate thing is that we live in a country where struggle seems to be the accepted norm. Elsewhere, government does one or two things for people on the social line. Now, since I grew up, honestly, well, good thing, students of these days are privileged to be getting, students' loan to pay their fees. When I was in university, I used the holidays to work. Sometimes I missed lectures. Sometimes, way into the semester, I'll still be in Lagos hustling to get the money to, sort out myself and to keep myself in school. So, but now, students can get a loan, pay their fees and things like that. So, education is still an issue. Honestly, education is still an issue, I must tell you.
All right.
Okay, moving on to our next story. This is from the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. And it reads, troops kill ISWAP cameraman, identify Palestinian trainer, Moroccan doctor in Borno. Troops of the 19th Brigade Sector 3, the Operation Heading K, have repelled an attempted infiltration by suspected fighters of the Islamic State West Africa in Kokawa local government area, killing a suspected terrorist cameraman and recovering intelligence materials. The military said identified foreign operatives, and these operatives included a Palestinian identified as Abu Ishaq, whom the military identified as the ISWAP's overall trainer, a Moroccan identified as Abu Thayab, and a medical doctor serving with the terrorist network, and another Arab operative whose identity has yet been established. This was recovered from a camcorder, a Sony camcorder that was recovered from the cameraman that was killed.
Mr. Meka, what we're looking at here now, obviously through intelligence, is established that there is international collaborators, there is an external foreign support expertise, that the ISWAP and these insurgents are gaining in Nigeria. Let me get your take. Yes, we are celebrating the fact that we foiled an attack. We, eliminate many of these terrorists. But are we doing enough in terms of ensuring that their foreign collaborators are unmasked and dealt with?
It's very difficult to say. The word "doing enough" there requires a lot of interpretation, and because what exactly is enough? What exactly is enough? And what exactly is not enough? To begin with, yes, it's a very cheering news that this has come out. But the question to ask there is that, Is anybody surprised that at the possibility of foreign connections to the terrorist, issue in Nigeria? For me, I'm not surprised. You see, if you keep track of world events, what happens, around the world, you wouldn't be surprised. In fact, you should expect that terrorism of this nature, as it has lasted in Nigeria, certainly cannot be a case of begin and end in Nigeria. Remember that, not long ago, was it the United Arab Emirates, released a list of people they refer to as financiers of terrorism in Nigeria. And also, not long ago as well, the United States, I think also, came up with names also. Now, that tells you that there is an international dimension. So if the funds could travel from one country to another, or if the funds could connect one or two other countries, what makes you think, the personnel may not also be? You see, and why do we call it ISIS? ISIS has an origination which we all know, began from Islamic State of, Islamic State of Iran or Iraq or something like that. Iraq, I think that's where it started from. So, in the very first place, before it began to spread, and we were told then that they were forming some kind of a network, within the West African sub-region. By the way, let me also tell you that, you see, I piece things together a lot, and I take time. I spend enough time listening to news. If you come to my house, my wife, my family members will tell you that I don't joke with. There are very few things that can take me away from news. And when I listen to all this news, go through all this news, I try to piece them together. Sometime in 2008, or that was it 2008 or 2010, at the United Nations General Assembly, at the UNGA, then that was when the issue of Palestinian states came up very strongly. A lot of nations most of the Arab nations were trying to make the move for the full recognition of Palestine as a full state. Of course, you know the state of things there now. So that's a long story. Let's not get into that, please. Now, many countries came. Those who felt sympathetic to the cause of the Palestinian people came there. Mainly Arab nations spoke very eloquently, and their allies for United Nations to recognize. And of course, the countries that we know very clearly also went there to either abstain from talking about it or spoke vehemently against it. Now, I remember very well that the Israeli Prime Minister, the man at the center, came at that time, at that conference. And he derided and chided many of the world leaders who were there advancing the cause of. And he told them, he said, look, he said he's so surprised that world leaders will sit down here and be talking about something, that is less important than a major problem that he said that Israeli intelligence has revealed that the world is likely going to encounter a major crisis that will engulf many nations, that nations will have to spend years and time and resources fighting. He said, he mentioned it. He called it, the name he gave it then, you quote, Islamic militancy. You can Google that. He called it Islamic militancy. He said because Israeli intelligence had been that there were some people, some religious fundamentalists were building up, right? And being sponsored by some certain states. That in the future, that many of the countries will be spending a lot of resources to fight the menace, the hydra-headed menace, for a very long time. And that is what he expects the world to be thinking. How does the various states pull their resources together, synergy in a strong security synergy and information sharing and intelligence to deal with that issue? Now, he said that not long before we could say 2014, 2015, they had begun to manifest. It began in the Middle East. Today, Africa is at the receiving end. Sub-Saharan Africa is at the receiving end. It might be interesting to know that it is not only in Nigeria. Else, you go to Mali, go to Somalia, they are all there.
Sudan.
Go to Sudan, they are there with different nomenclature, different names, and perhaps being coordinated by a central, So that for me, I'm not surprised. I'm sure our security agencies themselves probably will not be surprised. So the truth is, like you said, beyond this revelation, what are the actions? You say Palestinian, Moroccan, and so beyond that, what? And of course, naturally, you would expect that. So I congratulate them. I hail them for the good job they are doing. But honestly, I don't think this information should be new to them, because they are the ones at the center. President Muhammad Buhari told us some time ago, that they discovered that the insecurity we are suffering in Nigeria were a direct offshoot of, the arms that left Libya across the Sahara into Nigeria. That speaks of an international dimension. So, what are we talking about?
All right, moving on to the next story. This is from the Daily Sun. The next story is from the Daily Sun. It says, DMO, federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira via T-bills bonds in 6 months. Federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira. The federal government borrowed 7.6 trillion naira through treasury bills and federal government bonds in the first 6 months of the year, according to the Debt Management Office. Now, they said the borrowing was aimed at financing budget deficits, refinancing maturing debts, and supporting government expenditure. The figures reflect Nigeria's continued reliance on the domestic debt market and mounting fiscal pressures.
Mr. Mecca here. Looking at the domestic front,
yes,
we're not just borrowing internationally, we are borrowing from home as well. But amidst all this, we've enjoyed a windfall, given that our budget benchmark was around 64 US dollars, and the crisis in the Gulf, necessitated that crude has been sold up to 120 US dollars, what we would describe as a windfall. But amidst all this, the borrowing continued to mount. Though one may argue that there's nothing wrong with borrowing, but the issue is what we are using it for. And from that perspective, let's get your opinion on what you think about these exposures.
You see, these are perhaps what is most interesting here is the details. But I don't think anybody has been in doubt. The government itself has not left anybody in doubt as per, their borrowing nature. It has been a borrowing government right from day one, so both internationally and locally. It's even better for me. I even think it's better to borrow locally, than because local creditors will always be far more lenient. The conditions will always be better than international. The international ones, the money may make more meaning. However, what baffles, just like you said, there was a time I think it was the president that said that at that time that the nation had met its expected revenue targets. Non-oil. I think he said non-oil revenue targets. Yes. So now, when you now hear of borrowing, in this manner, you begin to wonder that creates some kind of paradox, irreconcilable paradox in the minds of an average, follower of events. But the truth of the matter is that we have heard it from experts over and over and again that the economy is not in healthy shape. For me, I don't so much run with what those in government say, because not that they can't tell you. I'm not saying that they are not telling the truth. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm simply saying that by the very nature of their position, they cannot attest for themselves. I think it's not morally, it's not morally sound for somebody to attest for himself. You can only make a case for yourself, but when you come to attestation, it simply requires an external, authority to attest for you. So when people in government try to attest to their economic or managerial expertise and how well, sometimes they will tell you that they have managed Nigerian economy in a way that no other government in the history of Nigeria has ever managed Nigeria like that. And so sometimes you wonder. So now fine, after all this managerial expertise, how come the economy is the way it is today? How come there's more suffering in the land than it has always been? How come that there's hardship now more than it was when the government came to be? So it's all of these things point to one thing, that our economy is not in the right shape, irrespective of statistical figures that are being released every now and then. And we have always said it. We have always said it that statistical figures are different from the reality on the streets. An average man will come. Sometimes people underrate, or rather, let me say, some people are not in total grasp of the real situation, the real level of hardship that people experience on a daily basis. So the government is continuously borrowing and saying that things are much better, things are the economy is in a better condition, but some of the actions and some of the information that's filtered through the media seems to say otherwise.
Okay, now on to the next story. This is one that is quite trendy in the political space. This is on Wike's ally remaining in office despite Tinubu's directive. Wike's ally remains in office despite Tinubu's directive. A leadership crisis is brewing at the Border Communities Development Agency as a governorship aspirant under the APC in Rivers State, Dr. Alabo George, remains in office as the executive secretary despite his replacement by the president with the former House of Representative. And this also comes after the president has directed all political appointees under his administration who intends to contest elective positions to resign their appointment on or before March 31st. Now, this said George Alabo, despite this directive, has refused to resign and is set to face, as the Adeyemi's case is still on, this is another case that is brewing hot in political space.
Mr. Meka, there are two key issues here. One is the Electoral Act, Section 88, Subsection 1, as amended, dictating that all political office holders has to leave office. And then Mr. President, in line with INEC regulations and guidelines, did encourage everyone who is serving in his administration to leave. And then here is Dr. Alabo, who we knew indicated interest in the Rivers State gubernatorial election, though he later withdrew. But prior to that, there's been an announcement. But the question now is, just like the Phantom Agency, he is sitting tight, saying he never resigned. That in fact, if the press wants more clarification, they should go to the presidency. Let's get your opinion on this.
Yeah, two things are involved, and I don't even know why the media should celebrate this case to the extent of featuring in the front page. Number one, two things are involved. Number one, is either a case of defiance, because when the president has given a directive, we expect it to take effect. Some designated agencies and officers are supposed to ensure that president directives is carried out. For instance, when the president made that statement, I would have expected the normal thing is for if maybe if the secretary to government or the federation does not pick it up immediately, perhaps the chief of staff will have to communicate to the secretary to government or the federation, look at what the president has said is a directive, and the secretary to government or the federation will have to write to all ministries and agencies, because that particular agency If it's under a ministry, you write to the minister. If it's not, if it's under the presidency, you probably take it up there and ensure that the various officers comply with what the president has said within the deadline that it was said. But we didn't see that happen. So that means the second option there would have been that it's possible that some kind of waiver was granted to him. And they normally, if a waiver is granted, they may not come to the public to tell you.
But this instance, we've listened to, in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's pattern, when Dr. Labo was appointed, it was in July that announced, and similarly, Bayo Onanuga have been making such announcements, and we've heard Bayo Onanuga stating that, that Namadas is the rightful DG of this very border agency in this regard.
Yeah, but and that's what I'm also saying, that I'm trying to put it in the mildest form. The president's directive is capable of, is capable of being carried out without any obstruction anywhere. So when you see the president's directive not being carried out, then you must know that's possibly some kind of well, not even power play. Because when the president tells you, imagine when the president sits here and says, "Look, take this cup away." I can't imagine. It's only God that can stop that cup from being taken away. The cup does not have the capacity to resist being taken away. So if actually the president, if the directive says the man should leave office, I don't want him. What would imagine? So when you see such directive being flouted, then there's another inside power play that is taking place.
Mr. Meka, this power play is not becoming one too many. We saw Adeyemi, claiming to be the head of the Phantom agency who is being prosecuted, despite the fact that Mr. President has given 30 days, for which the ICPC should come up with a position on that. And now, despite the media linkage of his guts, driving from the FCT minister, are we seeing more of this power play?
You see, governments of this nature, as we have it today, these are the kind of things you get. Governments of this nature, as we have it today, these are the kind of things you get.
Government of this nature, these are the things you get. Are we having a government of power sharing?
No, you see, we first and foremost is a civilian government that we have politicians, and politicians will always, politicians can negotiate anything. They can negotiate anything, and they can also say things that they don't really mean. Either they can play to the gallery. They can just say things to satisfy some interest groups. It's okay, well, it has been said. It has been said. But why, they can, you don't be surprised. A politician can say, look, say, you know what, say, I'm going there now to, let me give you an example. During President Muhammadu Buhari's regime, there was a time we were told that the president had given the then Inspector General of Police ultimatum to move to Benue State, as a result of the insecurity situation we were experiencing then. That the president had directed the IG to move to the then IG to move to Benue State, and 6 months after, the media, had opportunity to speak with the president to say, Your Excellency, you gave order that the IG should go to. Please, what is keeping the IG in Abuja? So you see, so that's why I'm telling you that. So don't be surprised that when we run this kind of government as it is today, these are the kind of things you get.
But Mr. Meke, is it possible that the president is so insulated from these happenings that he's not aware of what is going on?
I don't want to believe. I don't want to take that option. Do you know why I don't want to take that option? Is because if you also understand, I have not worked in the presidency, but as a journalist, we have at least we interact with people who have worked there, and if you also follow the way, if you study the way things are done, because some of these things they are established. They are not things that anything goes. It's not a case of anything goes. There are things that have very strict protocol. For you to even break them is an issue. So the point is, the president of the country, you know, has a routine of officers that work under him, appointed, elected, and very importantly, as part of his routine, as part of the various build-ups around his office, he receives daily security briefing. And I can tell you, there is no single pin of significance that will drop on the streets of any Nigerian, or that will drop on the floor of any Nigerian street, that the president will not get information about. You see, that office is not a headmaster, it's not a school headmaster office. Neither is it a college principal's office. That is the office of the president, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of a country. So when people come to say, is it possible that the president does not know? I laugh, because you see, the Nigerian presidency is fashioned after the office of the president. The Nigerian presidency is is a replica of the American presidential system. In fact, our system is largely drawn from there. Yes, to a reasonable extent, in our government structure and style, it's dangling between the British and the American. But if you look at the American presidential system as a prototype, you will understand how the presidency functions. The president is adequately briefed, and I use my word, adequately briefed, on a daily basis, security-wise. So, and that briefing, when you say security-wise, whatever the president needs to know, I think he knows. He's told, he's briefed.
Okay, we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll bring in updates, more updates on the show. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, so welcome back. You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the business update that was supposed to come earlier on, but we're still in the business. Be aware that the market is already open. So, speaking with the Nigerian equities market, where the equities market closed slightly lower on Friday, being July the 10th, 2026, it breaking its recent bearish streak due to a mid-profit taken in heavy and mid-cap stocks. Despite the marginal drop, overall market breadth remained healthy and positive. And then moving on to take a look at the Nigerian all-share index, which closed at 243,798.76, signifying a downtrend of a 0.7%. Yes, 0.7%. That's signifying a loss of 159.97 points. Market capitalization stood at 156.44 trillion naira, just losing roughly around 102.65 billion naira. Market breadth remained positive as we had 34 gainers, which had performed 30 losers. Then the total volumes of traded stood at 441.22 million shares, which is valued at 19.36 billion naira. Access holdings led the volume charts, while Zenith Bank dominated trade values. And then quickly taking a look at the top 5 movers or gainers as at Friday, where international breweries traded as Interbrew, closed at 13 naira 30 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.92%, followed by NEM Insurance, which closed trading on a bullish note of a 9.61% positive adjustment to close at 27 naira 95 kobo. Jaiz Bank, another, made a positive break as it closed on a positive note of 6.36% to close its trading book at 9 naira 20 kobo. UPDC is another stock that made a bullish adjustment of 6.33% to close the trading book at 4 naira 20 kobo. And then quickly moving on from there to take a look at the naira performance. Yes, at naira performance as at Friday, where the Nigerian naira closed at 1,379 naira 72 kobo, against the US dollar, weakening slightly by 0.10%, from Thursday's closing rate of 1,378 naira 41 kobo against the US dollar. And during the intraday volatility, we saw the price movement go as high as 1,382 naira before recovering to an intraday low of 1,375 naira against the US dollar during this section. Daily transaction volume at the official window dropped by 71.04 million US dollars, signifying a 9.74% decline. And then quickly moving on to the parallel market or the street market or black market, depending on what you're comfortable with. The informal market held relatively steady, with a band of 1,390 naira against the US dollar in buying, whereas selling stood at 1,400 naira, keeping the parallel market premium exceptionally narrow at between 10 and 20 naira. And then quickly taking a look at Brent crude. Yes, moving on to take a look at Brent crude performance. Brent as a Friday closing stood at a $76.01 per barrel, indicating a negative downward trajectory, recovering from an intraday low of $75.22. And then as we speak, that the market is open. But quickly we'll move on to take a look at the staple food prices across major cities, talking about Enugu, Abuja, and Lagos, where the price of tomatoes as at the weekend stood at 1,380 naira in Enugu. That's 1 kg of tomatoes, and in Abuja is sold for 910 naira, and in Lagos they got a better bargain than Enugu at 1,280 naira. And moving on southwards to white gari, that we know 1 kg of white gari in Enugu sold for 945 naira. Abuja always having a bargain, he got it for 675 naira, whereas in Lagos it sold for between 890 naira. That's due to the processing cost, which keeps south east and south prices elevated. And then looking at onion balls, 1 kg of it in Enugu sold for 1,735 naira, and in Abuja it went for 915 naira, whereas Lagos paid 1,000 1,270 naira, indicating that the premium in Enugu and eastern hubs were a bit significantly higher. And then taking a look at palm oil, yes, 1 liter of palm oil in Enugu sold for 2,000 naira 25 naira, and then you take a look at the Abuja, where it went for 2,450 naira, and Lagos, had better bargain than Abuja, getting the 1 liter of palm oil at 2,390 naira. Yes, and this is due to Abuja and North Central, paying structural premiums. And then, when we move forward to take a look at the factors that will shape the market this week, we're looking at logistics and diesel floor, and taking a look at cooking gas relief. Yes, after a volatile surge to 2,200 naira per kg in late June, retail liquefied petroleum gas, stabilized as at Friday, trading between 1,250 naira and 1,500 naira per kg. And then you discover that there are price disparities amongst the region. Abuja is having, a bargain due to its close proximity to Northern Gate, whereas Lagos had to pay for the high cost of haulage and the local touts that, determine prices, whereas Enugu continue to pay higher premium on staple food prices that are coming from the northern farm gates. Enugu is still higher at 16 point something premium on inflation when it comes to staple food prices. And then quickly we move on to give you our bit of the market advice today before we move on to other issues like sports. On equities, we're urging all Nigerian investors to buy the dips in banking and industrial goods. And then we move on to fixed income, where we urge people and investors to lock into high double-digit yields. And then on forex, we are urging everyone to avoid holding high cash volumes in parallel market dollars for the sole purpose of currency speculation. And as we will be drawing the curtain on this section of the business outlook and update. And then here at this hour, the sports oracle himself, the man who breathes, eats, drink, everything he does is all about football. The sports oracle himself, Good Hope.
Good morning, and I'm glad to be here again. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's been an interesting time in the World Cup, I would say, seeing how teams have been knocked out. And we are just having the final that we never saw that is going to come, talking about Spain versus France. And then Spain just last week, eliminating Belgium. That game was not the game everyone expected Spain would win because of the tactics and pressure that Belgium always brings to the game, seeing that they won USA 4-1 just the previous time before playing against Spain. And I would say from my own end, it's been the World Cup, and I don't know how you're seeing this World Cup, Mr. Odom.
Well, from day one, after all the countries played just one match each, I came up to say that I was looking for. I mentioned four countries that are likely to be in the finals: Brazil, Spain, France, and Argentina. And unfortunately, Brazil left. And so I keep saying this. This is the fourth time I'm saying it in this studio now, and that Spain, France, and Argentina will definitely find themselves in the finals. Somehow, France is playing Spain on Tuesday, so obviously one of them will drop. But I can tell you that Argentina will be in the finals, and most likely the match between Spain and France is a very dicey one. I know that French fans here now mostly the French have they have more fans in around this side. And I'm sure that if you take a source there, most people sit there.
No, most people sit there. They give it to France. She says she's from Spain, and I can tell you, it would be from Argentina.
I can tell you that the match between Spain and France could go either way. It
has that capacity.
And as long as the English team is not bad, but I don't see them going to
win Argentina.
No, I do not see an English team being the winner in this very World Cup. But if that happens, celebration to contribution to football.
You can't tell who would win.
No. I can tell you that I'm seeing Messi. I'm seeing Messi in the finals.
Well,
and I see Messi
you are a Messi fan.
I see Messi.
There's nothing else.
You know, see my word. I said Messi, right? But Argentina, anyways. I see them lifting this trophy.
Messi, maybe. You see, the truth is that yes, you can say football, never say never. But the truth is that if you understand football very clearly, if you read football, you know that these are the possibilities. However, there's something I want to talk about, and which is the match between the Spanish and the French. I mean, and the French that is coming on Tuesday. Of course, you know that there are issues around that match. You know, presently as we talk, because the former Spanish Prime Minister, Mariano Rajoy, made a statement that is being considered a very racist statement all over the world. He looked at the French team to say, well, he said that the French plays very well. They have a good team, but unfortunately, there's no Frenchman in that team. And that's a statement that...
But to balance it, he come out to say that that wasn't, it was an AI, machination that he never said.
No, I don't think so, because even the current Spanish Prime Minister, Rajoy made that statement in his column in a Spanish newspaper called El Debate. I follow Spanish football very clearly,
Because you're a Barcelona.
Yes, I'm a Barcelona fan. Barcelona for life.
Okay.
And he made that statement, and even the current French Prime Minister, Sanchez, has come out to chide him very clearly, and a lot of other politicians in Spain, chided him to say, and you see, people are particular, because if that statement had come from probably just a journalist or anybody at all, he probably wouldn't have been taking that serious. But coming from a former world leader, who should understand and know better that nationality today in the world, after the world had gone through several things like globalization, nationality is not determined by ethnicity or by color of your skin.
Okay.
It is determined by the values that and that is why people leave their country to say, today I am now coming, I'm a citizen of so place. So unfortunately, unfortunately, the two countries will compete on Tuesday.
So what's your score? Just what's your prediction?
You're the sports oracle. You should be giving us.
Actually,
you are the octopus. You have to give us.
You should tell us.
No. I'm asking because so that we can be on the same page.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
If so that you can quote me and pin me down, isn't it? After all odds, I'm going to give it to the Spanish.
Because you are from Spanish.
I know that's what you
know them very well. And
sentimentally, I would want to give it to the Spanish, but I know it would be a Herculean task.
It's not a sentiment. I'm going to see.
No, I'm speaking for myself. I'm speaking for myself.
Okay.
Since I want the Spinards, I want to see them in the final.
I want to see them
against Argentina.
Yamal is going to play against his icon.
Your final.
Honestly, it's going to be a tough match. So I really wish.
But there'll be goals.
So what are you calling it?
Well, I'm calling it France. France is going to win 3-2.
Oh wow! I mean that.
We're out of time.
All right, thank you so much for sitting with us till the end of the show. That's all the time we have for this morning. But before I go, I'd like to leave you with the quote that we read earlier in today from Thurgood Marshall. It says, "There comes a time when time itself becomes an adversary. We must move with all deliberate speed." I am Princess Ken Ochoma. See you tomorrow.
The sports oracle himself, Mr. Good Hope.
Thank you.
A pleasure to have you on So Alright.
Thank you very much.
And to our wonderful analyst, Mr. Mekodom. A pleasure to have you as well.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
In theory, elections are the strongest expression of democracy. But in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, the reality is more complex. Despite regular elections since the return to civilian rule in 1999, voter turnout has shown fluctuations and in some cases a steady decline. In the 2023 general elections, turnout dropped to around 27% of registered voters, one of the lowest since 1999, highlighting concerns about deepening voter apathy. Analysts link this trend to distrust in institutions, insecurity, and a widespread belief among citizens that elections do not translate into meaningful change in daily life. The consequences are far-reaching. When large sections of the electorate disengage, elections can be decided by smaller, more organized voting blocs. This raises concerns about representation and legitimacy. For example, in several state elections, including governorship contests in Lagos, Kano, and Rivers in recent cycles, outcomes have been determined by narrow margins relative to total registered voters, hence underscoring how limited participation can shape leadership outcomes. Experts say this weakens accountability and distances citizens from decision-making processes that directly affect their lives, including infrastructure, security, and economic policy. Several factors have been identified as driving low civic participation in Nigeria. One major issue is confidence in the electoral process. Despite reforms by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, including the introduction of beavers and electronic transmission of results, disputes over election credibility continue to surface, especially after closely contested races. Insecurity is another critical factor. In parts of the Northeast and Northwest, communities affected by insurgency and banditry have seen reduced voter turnout due to fear of attacks during election periods. Similar concerns have been recorded in some Southeast states, where sit-at-home orders have disrupted voting activities. Economic hardship also plays a role. In urban centers such as Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, many citizens say immediate survival concerns, rising food costs, transport fares, and unemployment reduce interest in political participation. There is also the influence of identity politics, where voting elections are shaped by ethnicity, religion, and political loyalty rather than policy performance. In past elections, including 2015, 2019, and 2023, analysts have pointed to voting patterns that closely followed regional and identity lines. In some cases, campaign rhetoric has further reinforced these divisions, making issue-based politics more difficult to sustain. Observers say this limits the ability of the electorate to make fully informed choices based on governance records, economic plans, or service delivery outcomes. A global comparison shows Nigeria is not alone in facing declining voter engagement. Many democracies have experienced similar trends. However, countries such as Sweden and Germany continue to record turnout levels above 70%, largely due to strong institutional trust, consistent civic education, and reliable electoral systems. Closer to Africa, Ghana is often cited as a comparative example, where voter turnout has remained relatively strong due to sustained public confidence in the Electoral Commission and a more consistent acceptance of electoral outcomes. But analysts also stress that responsibility does not rest with institutions alone. Citizens themselves play a role in shaping democratic outcomes. In Nigeria, practices such as vote buying have been reported in several elections, including during party primaries and general elections, particularly in some local government areas where voters are allegedly induced with cash or food items. There is also the issue of post-election disengagement, where citizens withdraw from civic monitoring after voting, reducing pressure on elected officials to deliver campaign promises. The path forward, experts argue, requires reforms on several fronts. Strengthening electoral credibility, improving security during elections, and expanding civic education are seen as key steps toward rebuilding trust. There are also calls for sustained voter sensitization at community level, particularly targeting young voters, who make up a significant proportion of Nigeria's population and are increasingly active on digital platforms but less engaged at polling units. Ultimately, democracy depends not only on the right to vote, but on the confidence and willingness to use that right consistently and responsibly. In Nigeria, the challenge remains how to rebuild that confidence so that elections reflect not just political competition, but the genuine will and participation of the people.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site na ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko na Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. Today, we are comforted by one of the harshest realities in our climate, speaking to Nigeria's security reality and the way forward. I am Uche Osai, and looking at this issue, we confront it from a different perspective, as this is a special edition of The Insight. Today, we confront the one reality that dictates the rhythm of every Nigerian life, from price of the bread on your table to the safety of the road beneath your feet. We are at a crossroads where the old maps of kinetic warfare and fire for fire slogans are no longer enough to chart our path. In 2026, the definition of a front line has changed. It's no longer just a distant forest in the northeast. It is the digital wallet of a kidnapper, the empty farmland in the middle belt, and the uneasy silence of silence in the southeast on Monday mornings. With over 5 trillion committed to our defense budget this year, the question is no longer just about the strength of our hardware, but the sincerity of our strategy. Is our security architecture built to protect the people, or is it merely managing symptoms of a deeper structural decay? This is not a moment of panic. It is a moment of reckoning. We are no longer asking whether Nigeria has a security problem. We are asking whether the current model of security can actually solve it. The killing of senior officers, the persistent insecurity in the northeast, northwest, and the creeping violence into our urban centers all point to a deeper crisis, a crisis of strategy, governance, and trust between the state and its people. To help us cut through the noise and map out a definitive way forward, we are joined today by a man who has spent decades in the habit of issues, analyzing and handling of security and national safety issues, a security expert. In fact, we are speaking with a double commissioner here in Enugu State, a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles in California, Dr. John Ebo. Doc, it's a pleasure to finally have you on The Insight.
It's my pleasure to be here today.
Yeah. And thank you very much for all your services so far to humanity and everything you continue to do.
Thank you.
Right. Let's get straight to this issue. Let's get your perspective on the security situation in Nigeria.
The security challenges in Nigeria is very troublesome and very multidimensional. We're looking at terrorism, we're looking at kidnapping, we're looking at banditry, and you are looking at numerous aspects of failure in the structure of policing and, of course, in military intelligence. The issue about security challenges in Nigeria is, it has gone beyond what I believe the federal government can handle, in that it is dysfunctional to start with. Having only the Nigerian police force, they are underfunded. They don't have the proper number to cater for 200 and something million people in Nigeria. They are undersourced. In fact, many of them that get lost, that lose their lives in the service of this country, are not taken care of. Their families are not taken care of. So the quest to join the Nigerian police force or even the military is not there among our people. In fact, the problem is beyond just what you see on the surface, because many political heavyweights are behind many of these insecurity challenges that are bedewing Nigeria today.
All right. When you talk about, recently the president did allude to the same thing, that some political heavyweights are really behind the security challenges that we face in order to discredit his administration. And as a security expert, you are agreeing to that line of thought as well?
I agree, but it's not just specific to his administration. This has started much earlier than this. He just inherited it, and it has just continued to exacerbate, moving southward to Middle Belt, eventually to Southwest. And of course, with the herdsmen and the kidnapping coming to the Southeast. So this is a very serious issue. And of course, even the militant in the Niger Delta. And of course, the secessionist issues in the Southeast, where Mondays are barely business centers across Nigeria, across the Southeast. So there is a multi-dimensional issues. And it's not something that is specific to this administration. It has been ongoing. But again, to solve it, we must all come together in a round table and be able to actually lay the hammer on those who are behind these issues.
All right. To lay the hammer on those who are behind these issues. But let me digress a bit. You know, talking about the individuals who are behind these issues, and if we believe that some political actors have interest in the security situation, then I ask, what about the issue in handling the security challenge here? Is it about lack of will, speaking to political will here, or a myriad of the whole issues that you've mentioned, or the funding of police, the issue of sabotage, and whole lots?
Well, you're very correct. The will to handle it is very, very important. But again, the political situation in the country, because this is political leverage for some people. When you perpetuate divide and conquer, you tend to achieve your political interest. So to actually begin to address these issues, we need an unbiased umpire, such as foreign intervention that can actually help the country, not only with intelligence gathering, but with being able to attenuate the insurgents. Because people are behind those people that come into the country. Our borders are very porous. And of course, where are these elements that come in? And when they come in for a purpose. They are defending certain individuals that have interest in certain resources in the country, such as mining of certain products or certain minerals in the country. So with these bandits have a purpose. They are being funded, they are being armed, they are being recruited to actually protect these those certain resources that actually supposed to be countries' resources, just like the petroleum that is countries' resources. So when you have those type of interest, it is actually very, very hard to deal with, because these political heavyweights that have interest invite this foreign interest to actually arm these individuals and bring these bandits into the country. And of course, from there, with the loss of drug issues, so many people that used to do drug smuggling have gotten into kidnapping. And of course, kidnapping became an easier way to actually make a bundle of money to actually perpetuate their insecurity issues in the country. So we have a myriad of problems and security challenges that we must come to reality and sit down as a country with sincerity of purpose, so that we can solve it together. It is not a matter of something the president can solve alone. Members of the National Assembly ought to be part of it. Members of the general public ought to be part of it. And of course, we must believe in the country as being one Nigeria, so that we can actually begin to look at how can we make Nigeria a better place for all of us.
All right, so it's a collective fight for everyone here.
Correct.
But Doc, looking at the current terrorism index, Nigeria is placed on the fourth, despite the homogeneous resources that we're plunging into confronting this issue. And from what you're saying so far, you're making me understand that a kinetic approach cannot solve this issue.
Yes. Let me give you just one example. When Nigeria went for a World Cup or Olympic Games in Atlanta, they hired a technical expert, a coach, a foreign coach, that helped to guided our team to actually win the gold in the Olympic Games in soccer, which was the first of its kind in Africa at the time. So for us to actually solve these security issues, we must invite a foreign technical expert that have the resources and have the technical know-how to guide the country's infrastructure. I'm talking about the security apparatus, so that we can have and hand him free hand, so that he can actually direct both the intelligence gathering, both the disarming of these individuals, both the recovering of these mines that are being protected by these bandits and terrorists, and of course identifying these political heavyweights who are behind them and make them pay for all the things that they have cost the Nigerian country as a whole. With this, and of course creation of the state police, and it can be cascaded even to local government level, so that people have response time can be shortened. But even when you have that, the country being what it is, if you don't have the proper segment and setup, the issue will continue to enumerate, because the country is corrupt to a great extent.
The country is corrupt to a great extent.
Yes.
However, you know, Doc, a lot of persons have issue when we talk about foreign nationals or foreign interests coming to help us solve this issue. And let me go this way. A number of times we've heard of alliances with foreign countries. For example, the United States government, they were here as of 25th December, where we saw a bombing in Sokoto in Nigeria. And it seems that since that bombing, the insurgents, I will use the word terrorists, have been emboldened. In fact, issues have escalated that after that bombing, we've now started to see onslaught against military formation, not just civilian casualties now. We have generals, we have brigadier general, colonels, captains, not to talk about rank and file soldiers who have been targeted since after the involvement of the United States government.
Well, if you paid very close attention after the American team, that the military that had actually bombed the part of Sokoto where the bandits and terrorists were, there was a significant decrease in activities of bandits shortly after that. But yet, Nigerian government began to reach out to Americans, because some interest groups had protested that such bombing shouldn't continue. And then Nigerians reached out to the Americans, where they were able to say, please, give us some personnel to actually be to stay in Nigeria and help the government to actually fight terrorism. That is where the escalation began. So if the Americans have been allowed to continue their the extermination of these terrorists and bandits in the northeast and of course northwest, it would have been far decreased. It would have been far decreased. So, but that issue of bringing people in Nigeria, and of course, if you pay attention closely, that the American consulate or embassy in Abuja, they retrieved all their personnel back to the United States, meaning that more danger is ahead. If you actually read within the lines, it means that the Americans have foreseen what will happen, even maybe before the elections or during the elections. Why would they recall many of their high-ranking personnel at the Abuja embassy? So if you ask yourself that question, you will really know that it means that Americans have been requested to actually soft pedal in their attack on these terrorists. And of course, it means that they have foreseen that Nigeria is about to face even more danger, and they don't want their own citizens to actually become victims of what is to come.
Okay, Doc, I am tempted in this instance to ask the way forward. However, there are still many issues to prove, and part of it is that a number of times we've been told that at the heart of this issue is economic benefit, speaking to the mining areas and all that. And when we talk about the foreign governments like the United States, there is currently an alliance with France as well. We've gone into some sort of agreement with Turkey to provide us with drones and all that. And again, people argue that these foreign nationals have economic interest in Nigeria, leading to this escalation of this issue in Nigeria.
Yes, it's definitely a fact. But you look at different issues. The issues here is, if someone provides you the drones or the infrastructure or the military equipment or the police equipment to actually fight terrorism, if they don't have the personnel to actually use those things, because you have to train the personnel, that's why I say that there is a need, if you are providing me with an equipment, to have a technical expert from that particular country who is able to know how to use this particular equipment. And of course, teach our own military personnel or police security personnel the ways and means to actually use these infrastructures to actually fight crime. If you don't have the technicians or the technical know-how, the equipment will not use itself. And of course, you will not get the desired benefits of fighting insurgents in this country. So the foreign countries ought to have personal interest. They ought to have, because there is give and take in every situation. You either pay them for their service, or either through the resources, or you pay them in cash. Of course, the president, if you see some of the effort he has made, he has reached out to the United States. He has reached out to Britain. He has also reached out to Turkey. Yes, we see that. But what benefit is coming from it at this point, outside of the bombing that took place in Sokoto from the Americans? We haven't had any major issues. Nigerians have now begun to do it by themselves, but they are not well equipped to actually get it done, because the significant loss of our military personnel and police personnel is just beyond doubt. And with such level of losses, many people will be afraid to actually put their lives on the line for the country, because there is lack of sincerity of purpose.
All right. Doc, I know you may not be comfortable, but let me detour a bit and to a different line. Confronting this issue, would one be correct to say that the political leadership at present in this nation is sacrificing Nigerians on the altar of political exigencies?
Well, let me digress a little bit. Let's take Enugu State, for example. You see, Enugu State came in when the present government of Enugu State, under Barrister Dr. Petermbah, and made security #1 priority in the state. And of course, you and I are reaping the benefit of it. He established CCTV cameras across the state. He further went on to establish DRS, distress response team, yes, across the country, across the state. He further, that is, he got his own police unit that actually does it and mans every section of the state, so that there is now a relief in the state. Enugu State has been an example that other states, and of course even the country, need to look at, so that whatever we have done in Enugu ought to be replicated. But beyond that, if we're looking forward, we look at actually making it a law that a police system that will be established in every state, and of course devoid of political interest. Because once you have political interest, you can use it to do a witch hunt on your political enemies or contemporaries. But it's very difficult in the country, knowing the way the country functions. Okay, so we have some myriad of issues, but my take is that the political interest is superseding the will to protect the entire country.
The political interest, yes, is superseding the will to protect the entire country.
Correct.
All right, Doc, now that you've brought me down to Southeast, I'm looking at the East generally, where there's been different issues other than what we're having in the Northeast, speaking to agitations leading to the kidnapping before the likes of the governor of Enugu State stepped in and ensured the security that you talked about. And I have seen government create agencies or commission like the Southeast Development Commission, where they are given a mandate of 140 billion naira to be able to get into Southeast, ensure infrastructure, develop business, growth, gas pipeline, and all that. And I'm asking, is this the solution that Southeast need to ensure adequate security and restive minds and youths are calmed to ensure proper security in the Southeast?
No, it is what I will call, the idea of creating the commission is a wonderful one. But the misplaced priority of the commission is a whole different issue. So the issue is that with the creation, you can't have a successful economy when you don't have a very efficient security in place. And number one, if you are not creating employment, look at it. There's no industry in the Southeast. Even the ones that we have is just private, like Innocent Motors and some other ones. But what I'm saying is that the government of such commission should be looking at how to attract industries so that our youths can be gainfully employed. With employment for our youths, guess what? It will decrease restiveness among the youths. And of course, providing security is prelude to creating industries, because nobody wants to bring their industrial development where there is lack of security. And that's what Enugu State has been trying. That's why he made security a priority. So what I'm saying is that the Southeast Development Commission ought to retool their idea and reprioritize what is more important in their project to make Southeast a regional power, economic power. And it has to start with, number one, do we have security infrastructures across Southeast to actually attract industries that can employ the youths and employ its citizens? So, but when such a thing comes, when such money comes, you see them organizing conferences from one state to another. And of course, when you organize conferences, you pay honorariums, you pay ESTA codes, and of course, the money gets dwindled. And of course, we not achieve the set purpose for what it's meant for.
All right. Doc, I want to drill a bit and let me crave your indulgence. This may not be a security issue, but I want to link it. Speaking to creating additional state in the Southeast, does it have any correlation to the insecurity that is witnessed in Southeast? And does creating additional state, will it be able to help with curbing insecurity in Southeast?
Even if you create 20 additional states in the country and you don't solve the problem, it is like treating a symptom without treating the cause of the disease. It will not change anything, because the fundamental problem is insecurity, political interest that have actually overridden has exacerbated the security challenges, and of course the resource control by some foreign powers that actually were part of the people that bring these bandits, and of course the porous borders, and of course the political will to fight insecurity. If you have the political will, I challenge you. If we can bring foreign technical experts to guide our national teams, like the Green Eagles or whatever, to go and win international competitions, why can't we bring foreign technical experts to help us safeguard the country?
You know, some have argued in the past that that could amount to ceding sovereignty.
Then why are we not ceding the cup that we won to the foreign technical expert that we used in winning some international competitions in soccer? So this is issue that is very simple. If you can't solve a problem, you get someone to help you solve the problem.
All right. Doc, so far in this conversation, I've seen that you're so solution-driven to issues, and drawing from your experience as a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, in California, and I want to ask, what is it that the intelligence network in Nigeria are not doing rightly?
Okay, the intelligence network in Nigeria is not efficient. Number one, we don't have the equipment to actually do the intelligence gathering. Okay, the drones we have are not being used. We don't even have the helicopters to go around and, of course, map out all the areas so that we can see where any foreign bandits are hiding. We don't have infrared cameras to actually that have heat sensors that can picture anyone, even if you're hiding in the forest. We don't have the camcorders and of course the cameras that police officers wear. We don't even have the bulletproof vest that officers wear. We are not communicating with the general public where we actually have trust in the police system or in the security system, where we can confidently say that all the neighborhoods can come to the police and give information and their personality will be protected. Because it's about confidence. Do we have money to actually put up that if you can give us an idea who has committed a crime, that you get this reward? We don't have all that. So we are investing our money in the wrong instance, not knowing that security of life is a prelude to any economic development in any country. So there are so many myriad of issues that we're not doing right to actually position the country to fight these things. For example, state police, local government police is not just a state. We're just limiting it to the state, but it has to be cascaded to the third level of government. So neighborhood watch. Are we empowering them? Are we paying them well? When you give them peanuts, they're not going to do the job because there is hunger in the land. So the churches, are we actually working with the community so that there is confidence in the system to come forward and give information about people that are hiding or perpetuating certain criminal activities in their communities? We're not doing that. And of course, if you go to the police stations, the police infrastructure is decayed. Many of them, even to do a police incident report, you have to go and pay for the paper. we don't have enough force. We are not paying the police even enough for them to actually commit their life to saving the general public. So there are myriad of issues. We need to retool our thinking, because when you look at about 400,000 police officers we have in this country, guarding about 200 million people, and almost about half of them are assigned to our political leaders, National Assembly members, governors, presidents, ministers. When you do that in developed countries, it's not the case. Police is for the general public, both the political appointees, elected officials, and for the general public. No, but we should encourage private security, which makes money. And of course, we're overpaying the people in government, that the money that we should be diverting to pay the security personnel that protect everyone. So we need to actually retool a lot of stuff where the police officers that are assigned to all these leaders or all these political heavyweights are retrieved back into actually patrolling the streets, doing investigations, serving the general public, which the political leaders are part of the public. If you want private security, you go and get a private security guard who can actually be trained in a police academy where they can actually be empowered to even carry weapons. So that way, you are creating an economy. You actually creating employment for the for the youths who are now going to be trained. But we must first and foremost elevate the salaries of these people so that they can be able to put their life on the line. And if anything happens to them, their children shouldn't suffer, their family shouldn't suffer. We should be able to make allowance where the benefit that accrue to these families can actually take them to higher education and make them feel comfortable about serving the country.
All right, Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe about issues around state police. I see that you're somewhat disposed and favorable to state police in Nigeria.
Yes.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us, we'll be looking at Nigeria's security reality, the way forward. And helping us to navigate these issues is Dr. John Ebo, a security expert, a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, California, and in fact, a former double commissioner here in Enugu State. Doc, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you. Yes. It's my pleasure to be here too.
Yeah. Doc, let's look at state police. Let me get your, first of all, let me get your opinion on state police. You seem to be favorably disposed to state policing in Nigeria?
Yes, state police is very fundamental. It will bring policing closer to the people. Right now, having just one police network, federal police, is not favorable for this country. We've grown beyond that. The country, when was maybe 150 million some years back, today we're over 200 million. So we need police closer to the people, and even take it down to the local government level. But let me just stay with the state police that the president has actually favored to come into place. It's right now in the National Assembly. So hopefully it will be passed. But the modality of how to actually implement this state police is actually very, very important if we're actually going to achieve the objective for which state police is set up.
All right. You know, a lot of other persons have argued, and they are worried about abuse of the state police, which has been reason why over the years, when the argument comes up, it's as if state police is killed. You're not bothered about that?
Oh, no. The abuse is still going on with the federal police. So abuse is something that is normal with the federal police now. So I don't see any reason why we should be worried about that. But let me tell you something. At this point in time in Nigeria, the response time when a crime takes place is very, very poor. With the state police, take Enugu, I've given you Enugu as an example. The stress response team in Enugu can respond to issues as it occurs. And yet, he's not state police, it's just an exception that Enugu has because he's interested in making sure that Enugu is favorable to economic development and the attraction of foreign investments, which has been the engine room for the governor at this time. So, if we have state police, it is a matter of who is going to be in charge of the state police, what kind of recruitment are they going to bring into the state police, what kind of remuneration are they going to have in state police. So these three variables are very fundamental in how the state police will function. If you pay them well, equip them well, and of course endear them to the people, state police will perform much better than what we currently have in place. That doesn't mean that federal police will die. No, there still will be federal police because there are certain crime that definitely federal police will investigate. And if the state police does certain biases in their investigation, federal police can step in and be a corrective measure or checks and balances into making sure that investigation is properly conducted. So that is what happens in US. If a local police, if a city police or a county sheriff doesn't do a proper investigation in a case, the FBI, which is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, steps in into making sure that investigation is properly conducted. And of course, that's what checks and balances is in a democratic system.
Now, looking at federal police, that is somewhat not well managed, if one is to say that, in terms of the welfare police, in terms of giving them equipment to work, the decay that you've mentioned. And we are going to have a state police that may be trained by the federal police as well. Are you not seeing that there may be possibility that these anomalies may be transferred into this new creation?
Well, when you have state police, the federal government will not dictate location where they will be trained. They can have their own training centers within their states. And of course, take Enugu, for example. Enugu has an operation center where they have their CCTV cameras stationed. It's not guided by federal police. It is guided by the state DRS team that the governor has put up. So what I'm saying is that the issue of federal police corrupting the state police is not really a legitimate argument, because each state will have their own way of making sure. Just like the way you have vigilantes, each state now has their own vigilante system. They can be trained together, but they can also be trained separately. And of course, the onus lies on the state governor, who is the chief security officer of the state, to determine how they are going to be well equipped, what kind of vehicle they're going to be having, what kind of intelligence system that is going to be put up. So these issues are it will become state driven as opposed to federal government driven.
Okay. Doc, let's just backtrack a bit to the real issue here. A little bit of mapping. We've dealt with the Southeast. It's a different kettle of fish when it comes to security challenges. But when we get to the Middle Belt, especially as it has to do with Benue, Plateau, and some part of Nasarawa, the nomenclature changes. People now move away from insurgency and it's termed headers, farmers clashes. What are we really having in the Middle Belt in this instance?
Well, if you ask me, that particular question has some religious issues to deal with too. Because the invaders or the bandits and the terrorists that are coming into the country, many of them have interest in acquiring land to settle, and they don't have the same religion as those in those particular areas. So it's almost like a jihad kind of issue, where they want, if they are able to evacuate a whole community, that becomes their own land, and they settle there, and from there they can begin to actually see whether they can acquire more land. So, but if we had a state police that is fully well equipped, they can actually investigate, they can actually use intelligence to determine when they are coming, and they can actually, with intelligence, be able to stop them before they even begin to operate in that particular area. So, but we lack all these things. And because of some religious biases and the political interest, you are going to have some issues. And of course, having the political will to challenge these issues is another thing. Many people now believe that if you do something against one religious group, that you have a backlash politically. And of course, everybody is just running away from actually tackling the problem, which allows the problem to continue to expand. And that is the issue that is happening in the Middle Belt.
All right. Doc, moving to the Northeast, which we already talked about, and we agree that it has an economic undertone to it, yes, given the mining areas and the mineral resources. And we are talking about sponsors. How come in confronting this issue so far, we're not talking about the sponsors of these heinous crimes in terms of unmasking them, naming them, prosecuting them? I think that that should be one way to find a lasting solution to this issue.
Well, you are very correct, but the issue here is, again, political will. Some of these sponsors were behind certain political heavyweights that are going to be able to make that decision to dismantle them. And if you're a beneficiary of a bandit sponsor or resource sponsor of bandits, then you are not going to actually be able to have the will to fight the person that sponsored you to become a leader, a political leader, or occupy a certain political position, because he becomes your godfather. So to that effect, you are going to be avoiding that responsibility. And avoidance of that responsibility means that the issue of insecurity will continue to expand. And that has been the problem with the country. So many of the political leaders you see in that area are beneficiaries of these sponsors. And the will to actually attack them or remove them is not going to be an easy one.
Okay. Doc, let me take a look at our military. A number of times we've seen we're losing senior officers in this fight, and then one may begin to ask, in terms of the people that will reabsorb or reintegrate into the society in the name of repentant Boko Haram insurgencies, is this a good policy drawing from your, security experience across the globe?
It's one of the worst political objectives or military operations that they did that just backfires. You can train an old dog, but you can't change the way the dog barks. Absolving criminals that you got that's supposed to be facing severe consequences is a very bad idea. That's the only way the problem continues to exist, is because the more you absolve them, the more other Boko Haram members or bandits request to be absolved when they are arrested. So the issue is you do what you're supposed to do, which is make sure that the consequence is heavy, and heavy that others will become very fearful of getting involved in such actions. So absolving them was a very bad idea and a very bad policy for the federal government.
All right, Doc, let's look at two issues before I begin to draw from your experience in terms of solution. We are looking at a kinetic approach, or in the mode of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who would always advance the carrots and the cane in this instance. What is our best foot forward in confronting this issue? Because I agree with you. We've established the fact from your perspective that Nigeria lacks the capacity and the will to handle this issue on their own. But I'm asking, do we use the carrot approach to solve this issue, or do we declare a total kinetic approach to it?
From my experience, the best way to handle this issue is total kinetic approach. If you draw a very total kinetic approach and make sure that the hammer falls on whoever contravenes and whoever brings instability to the country, of course, everyone will learn from it and stay away from being part of the problem. And then we can now say, hey, look, we have a format to solving the problem. So today, what we're doing is just lip singing or whatever to the problem. We're not actually fighting insecurity as the way it ought to be fought. And my opinion is that we still need foreign intervention to actually be able to attenuate the problem. And because we've more or less, if we do that and sign such a contract and have them in, yes, it will be give and take, but again, it will bring peace. It will eradicate all these insurgents and, of course, bring more economic development and more industrialization to this country. Many times, industries are fleeing away from the country and going to Ghana. So we are losing a lot because of insecurity and the security challenges that is being boiled in the country.
Okay, Doc, let me, before I ask for solutions, you know, there's been argument that bringing these foreign boots into Nigeria could make Nigeria a ground for proxy wars among the, Western worlds.
Well, it's not quite true. Before you bring somebody in, there has to be terms of reference. These terms of reference will be established by the country who is bringing in such intervention. Like I said, I give you an example of bringing in a technical coach to actually help the country to win a football game. Or if we bring technical team to actually help this country, you give them terms of reference. And of course, they won't go beyond the terms of reference. And of course, you will get what you ask for, what you paid for. The issue here is, if we can't get this job done ourselves, we must get assistance to actually get it done, because we're losing too many people that we ought not to lose. And our economy is falling on a daily basis because we're not able to tackle the security challenges that are confronting the country.
All right, Doc, for want of time, let me listen to your solutions to solving this issue. You're an expert.
Yes.
You experience across the globe, not just in Nigeria. You've been there. Yes. You've seen it. You've done it. You've seen it.
Yes.
What will you be telling Mr. President if you have his ear right now?
I will tell Mr. President, number one, move very fast to establish the state police. And of course, make sure that every state police is fully equipped, and revive the Nigerian police, so that take away all the police orderly assigned to every personnel, every public servant, every political servant, from the ministers to the National Assembly members, to everyone that believes that he's a heavyweight in the country. Put the police on the street, equip them with vehicles, equip them with proper arms, train them pretty well with foreign experts. That way, both the state police and the local or state and the federal police will be able to work in synergy and attack these security challenges from a wider point of view, both internally and externally. Strengthen our borders so that proliferation of firearms will be decreased. And of course, foreign bodies coming into the country will be decreased. Name these bandit sponsors or terrorist sponsors. Name them and bring them to justice. Of course, change the entire judges in Nigeria so that you can bring judges that can actually dish the proper justice without mercy. So these are some of the things. And then go cascade down to local level, the community policing. Community policing is very important. so that you can gain the trust of the community that you police. Then establish very powerful neighborhood watch and pay them very well, just train them very well and pay them very well. Of course, if you do that with supersede its intelligence infrastructure across the country, invest in it. Instead of giving this money to National Assembly members, decrease the interest in politics. Because if you decrease the money these people make in politics, divert it into protecting the country, the interest to become a senator will become very low. The quest to kill somebody to get into political position will become very minimal. And of course, people will become safer in the country. And of course, country will feel a better place to attract international investments.
All right, Doc, I'm out of time. I have many questions for you, but I've gotten the signal. Just in a nutshell, just in 1 minute, for Nigerians who are watching us, what do you, as an expert, what do you tell them to be able to navigate the difficult terrain security-wise?
I would say that security is everyone's problem. And of course, if you see something, say something. Despite our synergy and our lack of efficient police system, please work with your political leaders, both at the local level and of course even the police. If you see something, don't hide it. Go ahead and notify the law enforcement officers in your neck of the wood.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. And that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the insights dealing with the Nigerian security reality. And helping us so far to unravel this issue has been Dr. John Ebo, former double commissioner here in Enugu State and a retired deputy sheriff in Los Angeles, California. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
We expect to see more of you on the inside, Doc.
Thank you.
Yes.
Truly, it's my pleasure.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about what Dr. John Ebo has said on these issues. Reach us with the hashtag, the insight, or at Aneke TV on our social media handles. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's democracy is evolving, but its opposition politics is under growing pressure. Across the political landscape, shifting alliances, internal disputes, and allegations of interference are reshaping the balance of power. At the heart of it all lies a deeper question. What truly defines opposition politics in Nigeria today? Ideology, ambition, or survival? The opposition space in Nigeria is currently marked by fragmentation and contestation. In recent political circles, key opposition figures such as Mr. Peterobi and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso have remained influential in shaping national discourse. However, the parties as structures around them continue to experience internal dispute and realignments. Within some opposition parties, leadership disagreements have escalated into parallel claims of authority, court interventions, and factional control struggles, creating uncertainty over legitimacy and direction. These developments have weakened cohesion and raised questions about whether opposition platforms are consolidating or continuously fragmenting. One of the defining features of Nigeria's current political environment is the frequency of defections. In recent months, lawmakers at both federal and state levels have switched party affiliations ahead of the 2027 political cycle, often citing consultations with stakeholders or constituency interests. While such movements are framed as political strategy, critics argue they reflect a deeper absence of ideological consistency. The result is a fluid opposition space where political alignment is often temporal and party identity increasingly negotiable. Alongside internal instability, opposition actors continue to raise questions about the broader political environment. There have been repeated allegations of heightened regulatory scrutiny, restrictions on political mobilization, and selective application of administrative processes affecting opposition activity. In several instances, legal disputes over party leadership have reached the courts, further intensifying tensions within opposition structures. While official institutions maintain that due process is being followed, opposition voices argue that the cumulative effect creates an uneven political playing field, one that shapes the limits of competition. These claims remain politically sensitive, but they continue to influence perceptions of fairness in the democratic process. While political actors navigate internal disputes and strategic realignments, public frustration continues to deepen. Rising inflation, insecurity in parts of the country, unemployment, and cost of living pressures have intensified dissatisfaction among citizens. For many Nigerians, opposition politics appears increasingly distant from everyday concerns, focused more on structure and positioning than on immediate national challenges. This disconnect is contributing to declining trust in political institutions and growing skepticism about the effectiveness of both ruling and opposition parties. The implications of a weakened opposition are significant for Nigeria's democracy. A fragmented opposition reduces the capacity for consistent oversight, weakens policy alternatives, and can diminish electoral competitiveness. Our analysts warn that without ideological clarity and organizational stability, opposition parties risk becoming reactive rather than reform-driven. In such a context, democratic accountability becomes harder to sustain. Nigeria's opposition stands as a defining moment, caught between ambition and ideology, between internal fragmentation and external pressure, and between political strategy and public expectation. As defections continue and institutional tensions persist, the central question remains unresolved. Can Nigeria's opposition evolve into a stable, ideologically grounded force, or will it remain shaped by shifting alliances and recurring crises? The answer will significantly influence the trajectory of Nigeria's democracy in the years ahead.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochomma. On the headlines, federal government suspends proposed review of wike and NECO examination fees. 5 people killed as floods wreak havoc in Cross River State. Police dismantle human trafficking network in Anambra as Ogun security operation nets dozens of suspects. 3-week Delta oil well blowout raises fresh environmental concerns. The news in details. The federal government has suspended the proposed review of registration fees for the 2027 West Africa Senior Certificate Examination, WIC, and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, NECO. The decision follows public reactions to the planned increase and is aimed at allowing wider consultations with key stakeholders before any final decision is taken. The Federal Ministry of Education, in a statement signed by its Director of Press and Public Relations, Mrs. Borowo Folashade, said the letter conveying the proposed fee adjustment, dated June 18, 2026, has been withdrawn, pending a comprehensive review of the proposal. The ministry explained that the proposed adjustment was informed by rising operational costs associated with conducting national examinations, including logistics, security, printing of examination materials, technology deployment, and quality assurance, while noting that examination fees have remained largely unchanged for several years. Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, directed that the proposal be put on hold in line with the federal government's commitment to inclusive, transparent, and evidence-based policymaking. The Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, has reaffirmed its support for the federal government's plan to establish a unified learner identity system aimed at improving education planning, transparency, and service delivery across the country. Executive Secretary of UBEC, Dr. Aisha Garba, announced this after a strategic meeting with the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, and the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission, Abishoye Koko Odusote. The proposed initiative will integrate the National Learners Identification Number with the National Identification Number and the National Education Management Information System to create a single, reliable identity database for learners nationwide. Dr. Garba said the collaboration is expected to strengthen education management, improve planning, and enhance access to accurate data for policy implementation across Nigeria's education sector. Parents of pupils at the Federal Government College Staff School in Sokoto have called for improved welfare for teachers, describing current salary levels as inadequate and detrimental to quality education. At the school's annual general meeting, Chairman of the Parent Teacher Association, Mr. Jamilu Sidi, said some teachers with nearly 2 decades of service earn about 60,000 naira monthly. He appeals for a minimum salary of 100,000 naira and a 30,000 naira lesson allowance. The parents also expressed concern over repeated increases in school fees and called for greater transparency in the management of the school's finances. Head teacher, Mr. Chivuzo David, acknowledged the concerns and highlighted recent improvements, including the installation of a solar-powered borehole, while chairman of the school board, Mr. Suleiman Ibrahim, assured parents that their demands would be forwarded to the appropriate authorities for consideration. Cross River State Governor, Senator Basi Otu, has assured victims of the recent flood and landslide disaster in Calabar of immediate government assistance and long-term measures to prevent future occurrences. During an inspection of affected communities, the governor described the loss of lives and destruction of property as tragic. At least 5 people, including 4 children from the same family and a tanker driver, were killed by the disaster. Governor Otu extended condolences to the bereaved families and assured residents that the state government would provide necessary relief while strengthening emergency response efforts. He said government is already working on sustainable flood control measures, including improved drainage infrastructure and better environmental management across vulnerable communities. The Anambra State government has warned communities against embarking on drainage and infrastructure projects without obtaining the necessary environmental approvals. Commissioner of Environment, Dr. Clem Agui, issued the warning after inspecting a major gully erosion site at Ezinifite, Okpono, in Awka South local government area. The inspection revealed that drainage channels constructed by community members and a church ended without a proper discharge outlet, triggering severe erosion that now threatens residential buildings and St. Raphael Catholic Church. The commissioner directed that all future community engineering projects must undergo environmental impact assessment through the Ministry of Environment, while terrorists and kidnappers are exploiting weaknesses in Nigeria's identity tracking system by using the mobile phones of their victims to evade detection. Director General and the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Engineer Abishoye Koka Odu Sote, said the tactic makes it difficult for security agencies to identify criminals during rescue operations because communications are traced to victims instead of perpetrators. She also disclosed that many criminal elements operating within the country are foreign nationals who are yet to enroll in Nigeria's National Identity Number database, limiting the effectiveness of biometric tracking. The Commission is advocating stronger collaboration among security and intelligence agencies to close existing gaps and strengthen national identity management for improved security. Police authorities in Anambra and Ogun states have recorded major breakthroughs in separate operations targeting human trafficking and organized crime. In Anambra State, operatives arrested 3 women in Onitsha over the alleged trafficking of a 4-year-old child and a 2-week-old infant. Commissioner of Police CP Ikioye Orutugu directed the State Criminal Investigation Department to track other members of the syndicate and reunite the children with their families. In Ogun State, operatives of the Special Weapons and Tactics Unit arrested 43 suspects during a raid on a criminal hideout along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway under Operation Kosaye. Police recovered illicit drugs and suspected stolen items during the operation. Authorities say all suspects have been charged to court as security operations continue across the state. Troops of the Nigerian Army's 65 Battalion have intercepted a truck conveying a large consignment of suspected illicit drugs along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. The operation followed credible intelligence, leading to the arrest of the driver after the vehicle was stopped on July 9th. Preliminary investigations indicate that the shipping was destined for the Berger area of Lagos State. Commanding officer of the battalion, Lieutenant Colonel S. Adeojo, handed the suspects and recovered exhibits to the Lagos State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for further investigation and possible prosecution. General Officer commanding the 81 Division, Major General Adebayo Babalola, commended the troops for their vigilance and reaffirmed the military's commitment to supporting efforts to combat drug trafficking and other organized crimes. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government suspends proposed review of 2027 wike and NECO registration fees. 5 people lose their lives as devastating floods wreak havoc in Cross River State. Security operatives crack down on human trafficking and organized crimes in Anambra and Ogun states. Coming up shortly, 3-week oil well blowout in Delta State sparks fresh environmental concerns. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. The First Lady of Sokoto State, Hajia Fatima Ahmed Aliyu, has reaffirmed the state government's commitment to improving the welfare of women and vulnerable groups through targeted social intervention programs. Speaking at the launch of an economic empowerment initiative in Sokoto, Mrs. Aliyu supervised the distribution of cash grants and food items to widows, orphans, persons living with disabilities, and other vulnerable households across the state. She said the intervention is designed to provide immediate relief from economic hardship while supporting beneficiaries with startup capital to establish small businesses and become self-reliant. Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Hajia Asabe Balarabi, described the initiative as a timely response to prevailing economic challenges. Mrs. Aliyu urged beneficiaries to make productive use of the support, assuring them of the government's continued investment in social welfare programs. The Anambra State government has arrested a 47-year-old woman, Mrs. Onyinyechi Charles, for allegedly operating an illegal medical facility and performing surgical procedures without professional qualifications. The suspect was apprehended during a joint operation by officials of the State Ministry of Health, local government authorities, and security agencies at Umweri in Anambra East local government area. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afam Obidike, said preliminary investigations indicate that the suspects carry out cesarean sessions, normal deliveries, and other surgical procedures, despite having no recognized medical training. Surgical equipment were recovered from the premises, which has since been sealed. Dr. Obidike described the operation as a serious threat to public health and said the suspect will be prosecuted in accordance with the law. He added that the state government will sustain its campaign against medical quackery to safeguard lives. The Lagos State Task Force has intensified enforcement operations across the Lagos-Badagry Expressway, impounding 309 commercial motorcycles for violating the state's traffic and transportation regulations. The exercise covered Orile Igomu, Mile 2, Alakija, and the Alaba-Rago International Market axis, with support from the Lagos State Police Command and the Ministry of Environment. In addition to the motorcycle seizures, officials dismantled illegal roadside structures, wooden kiosks, and makeshift stalls, identified as obstructing traffic flow and pedestrian movement. Chairman of the Lagos State Task Force, Mr. Adetayo Akerele, warned that the government would sustain enforcement against traffic offenders and environmental violators, adding that all impounded motorcycles will be processed in line with the law. Labor unions within the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency have rejected proposals to privatize or commercialize the agency, insisting that Nigeria's air navigation services remain a strategic national asset. The unions, including the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, the Association of Nigeria Aviation Professionals, and the Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service, Technical and Recreational Services Employees, said aviation safety and national security should not be compromised. In a joint statement, the unions argue that strengthening the agency through improved funding is a more sustainable option than privatization, given its responsibility for managing Nigeria's airspace. They also call for a review of the ticket service charge sharing formula to increase NAMA's allocation to 40% for infrastructure development and safety improvements, while commending the leadership of the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo. Nigeria has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening bilateral relations with Sierra Leone, following the presentation of letters of credence by the country's new High Commissioner. Nigeria's High Commissioner to Sierra Leone, Mrs. Ayo Luther Obomode, formally presented her credentials to President Julius Maada Bio during a ceremony at the Presidential State House in Freetown. During the meeting, the envoy conveyed the goodwill of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to expanding cooperation in trade, regional security, and economic development. Mrs. Luther Obomode also congratulated President Bio on assuming the chairmanship of the Economic Community of West African States, while both countries reaffirmed their commitment to promoting peace, regional integration, and stronger diplomatic relations. Residents of Uzere community in Isoko South local government area of Delta State have renewed calls for urgent intervention following a prolonged oil well head blowout that has continued for about 3 weeks. The affected facility, known as Location 14, is operated by Heritage Energy and is situated close to residential communities, with reports indicating the continuous discharge of crude oil and gas into the surrounding environment. Community members say the incident has forced many residents to abandon their homes and farmlands over fears of explosion and worsening environmental pollution, particularly as the rainy season intensifies. Environmental stakeholders have called on the federal government, relevant regulatory agencies, and the operating company to urgently contain the leak and begin remediation to prevent further ecological damage across the Niger Delta. The Nigerian Cricket Federation has received international recognition after winning the ICC Rexona Creole Cricket Festival of the Year Award for excellence in grassroots cricket development. The award recognizes Nigeria's successful implementation of the Creole Cricket Festival held in Zamfara State under the theme Breaking Barriers, which promoted sports participation and inclusion among young girls. Chairman of the International Cricket Council, Mr. J. Shah, commended the Nigeria Federation for using cricket to promote community development and expand opportunities for young people. President of the Nigeria Cricket Federation, Mr. Uyi Akpata, dedicated the award to young girls across the country and reaffirmed the Federation's commitment to expanding grassroots cricket development nationwide. And on entertainment news, popular Nigerian comedian and actress Anita Asoha, popularly known as Wari Pikin, has spoken publicly about the importance of healthy and supportive marriages. Her remarks followed a social media conversation initiated by actress Damilola Adegbite, who encouraged people to share positive stories about marriages built on peace, mutual support, and growth. Responding to the discussion, Wari Pikin described her husband, Mr. Ikechukwu Asoha, as a blessing, saying their marriage has continued to thrive through mutual understanding, commitment, and effective communications, despite occasional disagreements. The entertainer, who has been married for 14 years, encouraged couples to remain committed to resolving challenges together, adding that lasting relationships require patience, respect, and shared purpose. To end the news now across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has suspended the proposed review of registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, directed that the proposal be put on hold to allow for wider consultations with stakeholders and a comprehensive review. In Cross River State, 5 people lost their lives following devastating floods and a landslide in parts of Calabar. Governor Basi Edet Otu has assured affected residents of immediate government assistance and prolonged long-term investments in drainage infrastructure and other flood control measures to reduce the impact of future disasters. Security agencies have intensified operations against organized crime in Anambra and Ogun states. In Anambra, police operatives dismantled a child trafficking syndicate and rescued trafficked children. While in Ogun State, security personnel arrested dozens of suspects during a coordinated operation targeting criminal hideouts. Residents of Uzere community in Isoko South local government area of Delta State have renewed calls for urgent intervention over an oil well-held blowout at a facility operated by Heritage Energy, which has continued for about 3 weeks. Community leaders and environmental stakeholders are urging the federal government and relevant regulatory agencies to contain the leak and prevent further environmental degradation. That's news across the country. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
increase, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Stop it.
We do it very live. Listen, today is the entertainment that the day has made, and thank God it's Music Monday. Music Monday is one of the days that we come to give a countdown of what's happening across the world of music. And today promises to be interesting while we take you through the rounds and while we take you through everything that's happening in the world of entertainment. And I'm not here alone. I'm with the chiefs. I'm talking about the chief cornerstones and the chief music tone. Not the people that can even sell me. I'm talking about the one that can give me pepper, and then I'm done for my day. Yes, today I have one of the best of the best of the best, even the red cap chief Nova. In case yes, we are here back live, and I want to bring your way Gift, the red pepper. Gift, what's up now?
What's up, Denugu? You know,
yeah, Gift today will be my co-host. So I mean, she's trying to be what's up, go sit in Denugu. She's trying to be coordinated, and we have the chief of the Ogazenko. But let me not bring him in. Let Gift tell us what's up now. How are you doing?
What's up, Denugu? You know what we do here? It's Music Monday. We give you the top 10 rundown. You know what my top 10 best sound for the week. And I'm starting with my number one. Ashake, who has just been hitting the list back to back, and his forgiveness too has just been relentless. It has just been coming. And what do you think about this Ashake's forgiveness? He has just hit it like 2 months straight without coming down.
Yes, because people need forgiveness. Exactly. Like, I will tell you the truth, people just need to be forgiven. So at the end of the day, you would see how people still need to be forgiven. At the end of the day, you will see how people need, Asake being one of the best in the world and having to, headline a lot of shows, talking about this show at the O2 Arena, at the Red Bull Symphony. You see, this guy is somewhere out of the world.
I don't understand.
And him singing forgiveness could tell you that he has the human conscience. And still seeing him at the Hajj just last year, they could just concluded Hajj, praying and supplicating for his life and for his team, and also relocating to US has shown you that this guy, he has a human conscience and he really wants to do something about music.
So, but he's just hitting it back to back, because after his Mecca trip, he released forgiveness, worship, gratitude. I don't understand the trend. Like, he's taking us to the church zone, the religious zone.
Well, that guy is just out of this world. You see someone that went from having dreads to low cut to he went to Côte d'Ivoire. He had Côte d'Ivoire, then he had Côte d'Ivoire. That kind of a thing. So that guy has been so special. He has been very special, and I must tell you, from the days of PBUY, peace be unto you. That's the very what's that his song? That's his very first song. He sang where he had the skit with Bro Shaggy.
Yeah.
But the second song was PBUY, where he now signed officially to YBNL, and that has been history. He sang Baskrat, Ebenezer. That song. So this guy has been headlining a lot of music, and I must tell you, he's going to do well, and he's going to do well at the end. At the end of the day.
And also living it up to our after his gratitude, which is on number 2 on our countdown list, we have number 3 by Davido and Jazz World, which is I Know Who I Be, and I have the number 4 by Ashake, Worship, and also have my number 5 by Ashake, Why Love. I have the number 6 Back Outside by Benjamin and Sass. I have the number 7 Them Day by Burna Boy.
Burna is number 7.
Yeah, just there's a twist here, because Burna has not been on the list for my countdown for like 2 months.
For like 2 months.
Yeah.
Burna has actually not released new songs, I would say. You're looking at Burna and having his 9 million Bugatti Chiron. That guy, 9 billion naira.
I think he triggered the...
Yeah, he really triggered. And then talking about the show he headlined at Afro Nation in Portugal, which is done every year, seeing how he performed, how everyone was there. Guy, Bonner is out of this world. But having him on number 9, I mean, most people are not really listening to that song. I would say that more people are listening to I Told You than that song that he sang that is at number 9.
So my number 8 is Treat You Right by Fola and Ariasta. My number 9 is Leak by Victoni. And my number 10 is Elumelu by Young John.
Elumelu by Young John. He's talking about money now. Now we have one of the best here with us, seated and dressed like we've shown him before. We flashed the camera on him so that you will not be guessing. And I know wherever you are, you're like, who is this guy? I want to bring your way the best of the best in the Southeast, the one who makes music to be sweet. He's looking at me, he's like, what am I talking about? Well, I'm telling you that he is one of the best, and I'm telling you that he's here just seated right with us. And let's make our way as we welcome and bring him into the conversation, talking about our very own gift.
Well, let's talk about our very own legendary boy.
Legendary boy, yes, nice to have you, bro.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't really want to call your name. I wanted Gift to call your name. You know what that means? It means that Gift is gifted to call your name. Yeah, legendary. How you doing?
I'm fine.
You look very together. You have this blend of culture. You know, trying to just put everything together while you're representing where you're from.
Yeah. I'm representing Igbo culture because I'm proud of where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
I'm proud of Igbo.
You're proud of Igbo. Now, nice to really have you. Now, I'm asking, what really inspired your glasses? Yeah, the glasses. Like looking at it, it's very out of this world. It looks kind of, you know, special, and I'm sure that you will not have blue on it. Are you a Man U fan?
No, I'm a Chelsea fan.
Oh, that's the problem.
I'm a Chelsea fan.
Yeah. You know, today I would let Gift to do a lot of job, but before Gift tries to carry on, I would like to just ask you, what's your favorite meal?
My favorite meal?
Yeah.
Fried rice, salad.
You see, so please let's just make sure that he gets his favorite meal before we leave the show this afternoon. Over to you, Gift.
But legendary boy, you are you Enugu represented 042 guy because you embody this your language tune. You know, Now, coming from the name that your name is Mr. Ifai Paul Obodo. The Obodo signifies you are an uncommon.
Are you not Obodo? She's really Obodo.
What you said, her name is Gift.
So me, well, let's
you're not at this point.
Well, it's really fine. You know, now why I asked you, let me just go back a little. Why I asked you about your favorite meals, because I expect you to be eating a lot of abacha. Yeah, because you are from Enugu, you know, you are trying to be more. Now, I cannot even talk about it because you're on the rings on your ear. So you are from the Western and and from the local culture. Now let's move on, and we want to just let our guy, the legendary boy, give us just a little freestyle. I mean, today he promises to be interesting. He's going to just, you know, freestyle one or two things, and you know, we cannot just bring him here without bringing him to really show us what he is best known for. And I'm telling you that this guy right here is going to give it to us hot, legendary. Should we take it down? Should we just move on a little, then come back to you?
Let's move on a little
and come back. So you can really get yourself. It's important. Now we just gonna, you know, take this story very first, where we have on our list talking about a lady who came into the scene just the first time he's meeting a guy. He's asking for 700,000 naira, 750,000 naira for his, you know, perfume shopping. I'm talking about the BBN star Tochi. Tochi has said that there's this girl that he just met, and this girl is asking for 750,000 naira just because they just met. And he was like, any native doctor that did this jazz for this girl, I don't know what he was thinking about. Now I want to ask you, legendary boy, and even you, Gift, what do you really think about meeting someone the first time and the impression they give you is just to take money from you? And as an artist, I know you've really been to some places where you come in and they're like, oh, that's our guy, and next thing they're trying to book you. Because that's actually booking. They're trying to, you know, Osama bin Laden you. You know, that kind of a thing. Yeah. So how do you feel when you meet people and
the first time
and they start to, you know, bin Laden you?
Is like to get
to get something from you.
And for me, my intention will be like, we just met at the first time.
Yeah.
And I had a far much like that.
Do you get?
Then you started like billing me, giving me one. Me, I'll be like, it's like these people there. Baby nafa. Natural. Or like they want to eat me and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That is how I will feel. Yeah. That's how I would think.
Beautiful. Now, let me go back to gift, because gift.
I'm boiling.
I didn't tell you it's in mind.
But I just want to know
this gender. Let the gender speak.
But I want to be precise here. I don't know why most guys, especially just checking from this fact, like it's just true that most guys who don't have money per se and are very stingy to give are the ones finding this very difficult to, because
excuse me.
Excuse me.
You have to think. You have to check very far. You check with what that person like.
If it's excess in your pocket, just do the do.
Okay, while you guys are talking, I would like us to now give a ring so that we can go into ring and fight about it, because I know she will have a different opinion. Calling the women or more, the men or more. But then, what if I'm the first person that met you and I start to bill immediately? What will you?
Why is the man here in the picture? You're supposed to be the man. The man is the man.
She's the woman in the image.
Both agenda are meant to like each other.
I mean,
no, but why in the beginning it says that women are called
what?
Women are called what?
Are called what? No.
Oriako.
Okay, Oriako.
Okay,
like for example, just like before, you asked me before if I met the person at the first time. Then often that person with something upstairs, and that person has like, he has a future, as in, he has like benefits I'm getting from her. Man, I will invest on her.
Benefit? Must you get benefit before?
No, at least.
I didn't say invest. This time around, you didn't use the word invest. Now, this is a free giving. You know, from your heart. You know, the way you look like a red card chief, and you should know what.
Please, let's just leave this red cap chief thing, and let me take you further to the next story, where we have someone like Kiki, the actress, of course, who has come out to say that she cannot partner or feature in certain people's skits due to certain things they do, talking about skit making, and it will affect her brand. Now I want to ask you, Legendary, and you Gift, what do you think about that? Someone coming out to say because of a certain way that they support you but they believe in you, just that they cannot feature you because they don't want to damn their own image and presentation. So does it mean that what's the problem really? Because she said that and she was like, okay, that she doesn't want to feature anybody here, looking at the problems, looking at how skit makers are now doing anything they like. So she's very careful before she features people. What do you think about that?
So, but that's the truth, because you cannot just bring someone to your, this is your brand. You understand? There should be one thing that your brand is known for. If that thing that your brand is known for is now deviating from the normal step, you have to just recollect yourself. I think she's doing well on her own with her child, her daughter. So I think bringing another person to come and add this thing. But personally, there's one thing collabo does to every craft. It makes it it brings out the creativity in you. If you can actually collaborate with another person, it shows that you are not single-handedly, that you can actually diversify your craft. So I think collabo will actually bring Kiki to that doorstep where people can be able to appreciate her craft as a person.
It's very nice.
That's very awesome.
I believe what she said.
Now I want to ask you, Legendary Boy, particularly, looking at Southeast and the music, what's happening around our music, what was your take on the music of this side of the world? Looking at how most guys have bringing in trap. You see the likes of Jerick, you see the likes of Evado, the likes of a lot of them, Hugo P and the rest of them, Aguero Banks, what they do. What do you really think about Southeast music? Southeast music and the collabo. Yes, let's talk about collabo too.
Before I say anything, Southeast music industry has gone far.
All right.
Let's tell ourselves the truth. For example, Mr. Favor, Liberia government invited him to come and perform during that conference convention.
Wow.
And you know, before then, Flavor has gone viral.
Very viral.
I'm on Flavor Amagodi. Flavor, he is representing Igbo culture very well.
Yeah.
So Ichike, the kind of honor, Liberia government, everybody Magodi Nonabia, they welcomed him in a presidential way. Not just in a presidential way, they gave him an honor. Since Mr. Flavor Ijero, one of Africa, can be honored in that kind of big way occasion. Oh man, music industry in East Southeast has gone far.
Yeah.
Then talk of Fino.
Yeah, Ezege.
He promotes rap culture. Okoma.
Yeah.
He promotes rap culture. And Fino already shut down O2 Arena with Olamide, his friend. He performed. At least Fino shutting down O2 Arena, performing, promoting rap culture. Man, if Mr. Flavor can go that kind of far and Fino, tell me why Jerick, Evado, Gorobans, Hugo P, Moek, Zino, Quincy, Portadeus, tell me why they cannot go far.
But I think I have a say here, because I think Southeast artists, there's something they are lacking, and that is their connectivity. They are not connected to each other. They feel like they can actually do this thing. You see, the Yorubas have their way of.
Let me come in here. I understand what you're saying, and also I don't understand what you're saying. You know why? She has done her mouth like she wants to fight me. But let me tell you what's going on here. But let me tell you what's going on here. You see, Southeast, if you follow the songs a lot, the traps, they are always talking about hustling. Very nice. Now they're also talking about being alone a lot. You see the problem? Hustling and being alone. That's what they are talking about. Yes. Now you've seen the likes of Evado and Evado and Hasta La Vista coming together in a trap, in the music. You've also seen Aguero Bank and Evado coming together. You know, collaboration, they are trying to. Because now, I want to tell you that in the business side of music from the Southeast, everybody wants to make it first. Everybody wants to, you know, take the money and move on first. Everybody wants to be the first to buy Benz. Like that place you are talking about, that's why I say I understand you. Now, why I understand you is because when you look, everybody wants to do it first. I want to show you I've arrived. Gift. Right now, I would have given you my ATM. I want to show you I've arrived.
I hope it's not empty. I don't like empty.
But you know what I'm talking about. So in the Southeast, from what you guys have said, I think we are really are we not making progress in the Southeast?
We're making progress. Just like what I said here. We are making progress. Because that would give like Jerick, just like what you said, it will inspire them, Jerick, Evado, like what I said, to go far more. You understand? I like what you said. Everybody wants to get the money. Comes to collaboration, what they are coming is like, for example, now say I invite Zino now. Our own business be say if you can record finished, pam, in don't go. You don't get what you want.
You don't get what you want, of course.
You'll be looking at me like, okay, make I watch through this guy and still go another place. Then I will be saying Zino will still give me more. You understand?
It's really that. Now, while we are looking at just, you know, taking a bow from the show, I want to ask you, Davido said something. Davido said that he's just feeling somehow about his retirement. That's his greatest fear. I have two questions. What's your greatest fear? Then the second question is, looking at from what he said that his very good friend Cristiano Ronaldo, actually, when he retired from FIFA, from World Cup and the rest of them, that he has been, you know, many people have been backlashing him. So he's afraid of the people. Man, are you afraid of the people? Legendary boy.
Me? Afraid of the people?
Yeah.
Why?
They backlash you now.
Now, when are you planning to retire?
Me for now. No, I'm not. I don't think so. You said Obio. Obio don't go far.
Okay.
Obio na boss.
But you're going far now.
I know.
At least you're on Aneke TV.
I know. Yes, it's God. It's grace.
Yes, bro.
Yes, bro. Obio is boss. Comes to music industry, I believe Obio emegi feni nebro ego. You have to work hard. Do you know the reason why I love that guy? He work hard.
Okay. You believe Obio is working harder than Burna Boy?
I will not say that Obio is working harder than Burna Boy. Everybody is on his own field.
Okay, you believe Obio is working harder than Wizkid?
No, I didn't say so.
Well, anything
put it that way. Because my life, I don't compete.
You are right, my guy.
I love everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's wonderful. Yeah. It's really wonderful having you here today. And that freestyle, I mean, when you come around next time, you give us a freestyle. This is the legendary boy, one and only legendary boy we have in the Southeast, and he promises to be interesting, and he has been amazing so far. And I must tell you, this is where we are calling in today on this edition of Entertainment. Thank you very much, legendary boy, for coming around. Thank you so much. Till we I know you come again. So brother, you understand? We'll come again. Gift. What do you have to say? Tell him
Enugu. Today we just have to draw the curtain, and I go by the name Gift to Wood, properly called social lawyer.
And Red Oil, mention Red Oil now. Stop that.
AKA all kinds of spicy pepper.
Clock it.
Yeah, clock it. And we are coming, and we're going to be here tomorrow, same time, same station on Aneke TV Entertainment. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
you, and you're welcome to our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we're going to discuss an issue that is, of course, trending in Nigeria. We're talking about politics. And the Nigerian political scene has been visited by a myriad of problems, apprehension, and all that amongst politicians. You'll find out that the politicians and the various political parties are feeling, some politicians, or many of them are feeling shortchanged, especially the way the primaries of the political parties were done by the various political parties. In APC, some senators have lost out, believing they are going to come back for another term. But they lost out in the primaries where the APC gave all the powers to the governors, the incumbent governors of the various states where they occupy positions of governorship. And of course, in the other political parties, in the PDP, there are problems here and there, litigations, and of course, knowing the exact PDP faction that is genuinely accepted by INEC is still very difficult, given the fact that there are several court cases, that is inherent in the system. And these are major political parties. Then you come to ADC. Of course, ADC partly has been loosed from a hook where the High Court of the Federal High Court has cleared David Mark and Araboshola as chairman and leader and secretary of the party, whereby now Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate, is feeling that he is going to fly. And then in NDC, because I am talking about, there are 21 political parties, but of course, these ones are the ones that has made serious impact or serious inroad into real opposition against the incumbent political party. So, the NDC, of course, their primaries was, of course, marred by a lot of flaws that resulted in agitations from various states of the Federation. Enugu State still inclusive because the aspirants are generally unhappy on the way they call it concoction. So some section of the aspirants said they concocted something, and which the candidates are not yet known up to this point. Up till this point, the candidates are not known. Yet, they have, of course, finished uploading their candidates to INEC portal. Maybe within a few days or weeks from now, INEC may publish or may put to the public the candidates selected by these parties. Most of these parties did not, actually. So these are all the factors associated. If you go to the YPP, there are a few persons grumbling, and so on and so forth. People are grumbling, people are not happy, and now that is why we couched this team, Democracy Under Trial, as political parties are enmeshed in shoddy primaries. This is the topic of this program. And I have with me in the studio an erudite scholar, a man who has been a presidential aspirant to the present ruling party, APC. Of course, he is no longer in APC, given the way or what he felt as bad governance. And then he actually supported in 2023 the Labour Party and peterobi's candidature as the presidential candidate. Well, presently, he is today in NDC as one of the aspirants to the Enugu West senatorial zone. I have with me SKC Obonia, PhD in energy, in leadership. He holds a PhD and served as an adjunct professor of leadership in the United States. He is also chairman of the First Texas Energy Corporation, where he previously held executive positions. Dr. Obonna, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
He is, of course, very many things at various times, but this is not what we can reel out now. We want to actually go to our topic, and the topic says democracy under trial. Political parties are enmeshed in shoddy primaries. Dr. Obonna.
Yeah.
How or what you say, is it worth doing? Because
the problem are the people who are practicing our democracy. There's nothing wrong with our constitution. I am not saying per se that the Nigerian constitution is the best. It can be improved, but the constitution is good enough for us to enthrone the right democracy if we have the right set of people in governance. Because I come to find out actually in Nigeria, human resources, we can agree on that one too, correct?
Yes.
It's not lack of good policies. We have this in abundance. Very beautiful policies. The Nigerian problem is really lack of the political will to influence those policies into action, into effective and efficient implementation. You can hardly see anything a presidential candidate is going to say today that has not been said before. The problem is just simply lack of implementation. And you cannot implement when you don't have good leaders with the right will. If you don't have leaders who have the willpower to influence the implementation of those policies, you're back to square one. Let me give you a good example. Agriculture. I don't know how old some of you have been, but I was around in 1970s, late 70s, when Obasanjo started Operation Feed the Nation, OPF. Years later, we came up with another name called the Green Revolution under Shehu Shagari. Later, somewhere about 10 years ago, or 10 years ago, Buhari came up with his own type of agricultural program that led to Abakaliki rice and what have you. So agricultural programs have been there for several years. What matters, who can really, we have that leader with the willpower who can effect proper implementation. That is why, well, let me stop for here.
Okay. Yeah. You have, given an overview of the problem of the country, but we're going to narrow it down to opposition politics in Nigeria. It's opposition politics because we have an incumbent administration, which, of course, very many Nigerians are clamoring that things are not working out well. Because indices are that if governance is good enough, then the people at the localities, the downtrodden, will feel the impact of good governance. But the indices shows they are not feeling the impact of governance. So, and the opposition that is trying to possibly change the incumbent administration and wants to take position and bring about the required or the needed change, are they really flourishing in terms of doing what they ought to do as opposition to the to Nigeria?
See, as I said before, the biggest problem is that Nigerians do not know their problem. For instance, checks and balances is even worse than the military government we have. How on earth you, Tinubu, President Tinubu, how can we accomplish checks and balances when we have a seemingly one-party system in place at the National Assembly?